Over 3,000 years ago, massive stone lions stood guard in silence. They flanked the entrance to a city that was once lost to history. This is Hattusa, the ancient capital of the Hittite Empire, a late Bronze Age superpower that rivaled New Kingdom Egypt and Assyria. Hattusa's tale is one of dramatic reversals. It was a city cursed and burned to the ground, yet reborn to imperial glory. A fortress that witnessed grand treaties and devastating plagues, and a royal seat that vanished so completely that later ages forgot it existed. Hattusa reached its height in the late Bronze Age, contemporary with Egypt's pharaohs and the Mycenaean kingdoms of Greece. Yet unlike those cultures, the Hittite capital vanished from memory, until modern archaeology unveiled its secrets. Situated amid the rocky hills of central Anatolia, Hattusa occupied a strategic position overlooking a fertile plain within the great loop of the Halys River. Today, you can find the ruins in modern-day Turkey, near the town of Bogaskale. Their tumbled fortifications and temple foundations attest to a once advanced urban center. It has quite a story behind it, a fascinating history of a dead kingdom. And I think the story of Hattusa offers a pretty good window into the world of the Hittites and the rather turbulent international arena of the late Bronze Age. So, let's take a visit to the old capital, shall we? Allow me to welcome you before we set off on our journey. I am your host for this evening, or this morning, this afternoon, whenever you're listening, and wherever you're listening from. Perhaps you can tell me, where are you listening from? Now, one thing you don't have to worry about here is the ads that plague the rest of the videos on this platform. We've turned them all off because we hate them as much as you do. The reason we can do this is because we are quite generously supported by our Patreon members, also the YouTube members, the merch store visitors, and the donation givers. If you want to become part of that esteemed team, then navigate yourself to the pinned comment and video description. But if you don't really care about that, that's fine. Everything sucks at the moment, so you should probably save your money. Just enjoy the video while you're here. That's the point. Well, speaking of the video, let's get to it, shall we? And let's start from the earliest times. The recorded history of Hattusa doesn't begin in triumph, nor does it begin in some great grand myth, but rather it begins in destruction. In the 18th century BCE, the city was devastated by a warlord from a rival Anatolian kingdom. King Anita of Kusara led his forces against Hattusa. He captured it, he burned it, and then he left a stark warning for posterity. According to the ancient inscription attributed to Anita, he razed Hattusa and cursed anyone who dared rebuild it. Quote, "Whoever becomes king after me and settles Hattusa again, may the storm god of heaven strike him down." Well, this curse, carved into a clay tablet around 1700 BCE, was meant to condemn the site to eternal desolation. Certainly didn't do much for the real estate values. I mean, for a time it seemed to be effective. Hattusa lay in ashes and ruin, a dead outpost, avoided by any would-be rulers. But as we shall see, history had other plans. In a twist of irony, the abandoned site of Hattusa would soon give its name to a rising dynasty. Sometime around 1650 BCE, a Hittite ruler from elsewhere in Anatolia decided to defy Anita's curse. This king, known originally as Labarna, moved his capital to the ruins and rebuilt the city himself. In an act of symbolic rebirth, he even assumed the name Hattusili, meaning the man of Hattusa, proclaiming himself forever linked to this resurrected stronghold. Hattusili I refortified Hattusa's heights and established it as the political center of what would become the Old Hittite Kingdom. From his citadel atop the rocky Acropolis, also called Buyakale, the Great Fortress, Hattusili I led military campaigns that expanded Hittite influence over central Anatolia and into northern Syria. The choice of Hattusa as capital proved to be quite a wise one. You see, the site's natural defenses included steep hillsides, abundant forests, and reliable water sources that could sustain a city under siege. It didn't do too well the first time, but hey, maybe second or third time lucky. With Hattusili's reign, the cursed city became the beating heart of a new Anatolian empire. But despite its renewed stature, the early years of Hattusa were anything but peaceful. No time for celebrating. Intrigue and violence stalked the halls of the royal palace. Hittite chronicles tell us that Hattusili's heir, Mursili I, continued the kingdom's expansion to quite a spectacular scale, most famously sacking the distant Babylon in 1595. Quite an achievement, an event that echoed across the Near East. However, upon returning to Hattusa after this triumph, Mursili I met a bloody end. He was assassinated in his own palace, apparently as part of a coup led by his brother-in-law Hantili. This regicide plunged the kingdom into turmoil, as one murder led to another in the royal succession, a grim pattern recorded later in the Edict of Telepinu. Speaking of Telepinu, a mid-century Hittite king, he lamented the cycle of killings that plagued the royal family after Mursili's death. Hard to get anything done with that many leadership changes. These records give a rare glimpse into the turbulence within the court of Hattusa. Ambitious princes and generals vying for power, sometimes through treachery, sometimes assassination. Telepinu seized the throne amid this chaos and attempted to halt the bloodshed by codifying rules of succession. In his edict, he decreed that the crown must pass to the next legitimate heir, and established the Pankus, a council of nobles, as guardians of justice. This was an early constitutional effort to bring order to Hittite governance and prevent further palace intrigue. The fact that Telepinu's proclamation survived on a clay tablet in Hattusa's archives underscores the city's role not only as a military command center, but also as an administrative and legal hub for the kingdom. So by the 14th century BCE, Hattusa had firmly established itself as one of the great capitals of the ancient world, fitting in with Babylon and Uruk, all the other ones. This period, often called the Hittite New Kingdom, or the Empire period, saw Hatti, as the Hittites referred to their realm, rise to become a superpower alongside Egypt, Assyria, and Mycenaean Greece. From Hattusa, the kings of the Hittites corresponded with pharaohs and Mesopotamian monarchs. In one letter found on a tablet, a Hittite great king addresses the king of Babylon as, quote, "my brother," exchanging gifts and diplomatic courtesies. The rulers of Hattusa engaged in both diplomacy and war as they governed an empire that spanned most of Anatolia and large parts of northern Syria. Hattusa's importance on the international stage is demonstrated by the archives of clay tablets discovered in its ruins, much of which include treaties, letters, and decrees exchanged with contemporary great kings. But one of the most celebrated documents found at Hattusa is the Treaty of Kadesh. It's often hailed as the world's earliest recorded peace treaty. Inscribed on cuneiform tablets in Akkadian, which was, the diplomatic lingua franca of the time, This treaty was concluded around 1259 between the Hittite king Hattusa III and the Egyptian pharaoh Ramesses II. It brought an end to decades of conflict between the two empires following the indecisive Battle of Kadesh, an epic chariot engagement that neither side won outright, despite the way that Ramesses tried to spin it for propaganda purposes. If anything, it was a Pyrrhic victory, but hey, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story, right? In any case, in this pact both rulers swore to maintain peace and brotherhood between their realms in perpetuity. Sounds like a good plan. Let's see if it works out. So we can imagine the ceremony in Hattusa's audience hall when this accord was ratified, the Hittite scribes reciting their terms, officials witnessing as a silver tablet of the treaty was presented. And then there's the prayers offered to 100 gods to uphold the new peace. Notably, the treaty was ratified by both sides as equals, and even bore the co-signature of Hattusili's formidable wife, Queen Puduhepa, showing the influential role of Hittite royal women too. The treaty's text proclaims that the lands of Egypt and Hatti, to remember that's what they called their empire, shall be at peace forever, and that the children and grandchildren of both rulers will remain in brotherhood. And indeed, about a decade later, the peace was sealed with a marriage alliance. A Hittite princess, Hattusili's own daughter, travelled from Hattusa to Egypt to marry Ramesses II. The joyous celebrations of that wedding, recorded in Egyptian inscriptions, symbolize the new era of fraternity between the former rivals. Now, there is a copy, too, of the Hittite-Egyptian treaty that hangs on the wall of the United Nations in New York, a testament to the legacy in diplomatic history. At its imperial zenith, Hattusa was not only a political capital, but also a cosmopolitan hub of Bronze Age culture and international exchange. Foreign emissaries from Babylon, Assyria, Arzawa, and beyond traveled to the gates of Hattusa. Hittite kings addressed their peers in Egypt or Babylon as brother, reflecting a sense of parity and equality among great powers. The city's scribes were adept in multiple languages and scripts. They wrote mainly in Hittite, the official language, but also maintained archives in Akkadian and Hurrian. In Hattusa's royal correspondence, we find mention of lands as far away as the Aegean. The Hittites referred to a distant great king Ahiyawa, most likely the Mycenaean Greek world, and even to a city called Wilusa, which many identify with the legendary Troy. Such records suggest that Hattusa's scribes preserved a distant echo of events on the fringes of the Greek world. And we also see requests for gold, skilled artisans, and royal daughters in marriage. Hallmarks of the complex diplomacy of the age. Something we haven't really shook off until modern times, to be honest. One extraordinary episode connecting Hattusa to international events was the so-called Zananza affair. An Egyptian queen, widely believed to be the widow of Tutankhamun, wrote to the Hittite court requesting a prince as a husband. King Suppiluliuma I, the brilliant warrior king who reigned from Hattusa around 1344 to 1322, cautiously agreed, and he sent one of his sons, Prince Zananza, to Egypt. But the problem was, Zananza did not arrive safely. He was actually murdered on the road. Well, bad news, of course. Suppiluliuma's outrage at this treachery led to a new war with Egypt. Peace treaties be damned. And Hittite soldiers returning from those battles unwittingly brought back a devastating plague that would ravage Hattusa for years. We know of this tragedy from the poignant plague prayers of King Mursili II, who succeeded Suppiluliuma I. In these prayers, preserved on clay tablets in Hattusa's archives, mostly beseeches the gods to lift a plague that has made the land of Hatti desolate, confessing sins and desperately seeking the divine cause of the calamity. Such texts provide an intimate human voice from the ancient city, don't you think? A king's anguish as he has to watch his people suffer and die, all recorded in cuneiform and laid to rest in Hattusa's libraries, for us thousands of years later to enjoy. But what exactly was Hattusa like in its heyday? Well, archaeology and textual records together paint a picture of a grand city, quite different in character from the river valley metropolises of Egypt or Mesopotamia. A traveller approaching Hattusa around 1250 would first behold its formidable stone walls crowning the hills. Entering through an outer gate flanked by the roaring stone lions, the traveller would be enveloped by the sounds and smells of a thriving city. The streets of the lower town bustled with merchants hawking wares, workers hauling sacks of grain to granaries, and children darting between the mud-brick homes. And over it rose the towering facade of the great temple, reminding everyone of the storm god's presence. Hattusa was divided into a lower city in the north and an upper city in the south, separated by craggy terrain and massive fortification walls. The lower city contained the oldest and most vital landmark of Hattusa, the great temple, the huge religious complex dedicated to the storm god of Hatti and the sun goddess of Arinna, the chief deities of the Hittite pantheon. The great temple's stone foundations and paved courtyards can still actually be seen today. It was surrounded by storerooms that once held grain, oil, and precious cult provisions, emphasizing its central role in both worship and the state economy. Now, nearby to all of this, in the lower city, lay dense residential quarters and workshops. Though little remains of the ordinary houses, they were built of timber and mud brick, materials that have long since eroded away. Archaeologists have found their stone footings, and even the floor plans. And so with that, we can imagine the narrow lanes lined with two-story homes of plastered brick, each one of them with an inner courtyard. The population of Hattusa at its height is kinda hard to determine, but modern estimates suggest around 10,000. Now, that is far smaller than the contemporaneous Thebes or Babylon, but it's still quite impressive. Older estimates did guess at 40 to 50,000, but the city's remote location and limited agricultural hinterland likely kept the population lower, perhaps in the tens of thousands at most if we're taking the most generous interpretation, but this is not a competition about population size. Now, outside Hattusa's walls, farmers in surrounding villages grew barley and wheat, and tended herds of sheep and cattle to feed the city, while within the walls, specialized craftsmen produced pottery, textiles, and metal goods, under the watchful eye of the administration. Notably, the Hittites were early experimenters with iron working. Iron was still rare and mostly ceremonial in this period, but iron blades from Hattusa were prized gifts exchanged between great kings. This technological edge, subtle at the time, foreshadowed the coming Iron Age, in which Anatolia would play a key role. Ascending into the upper city, one would enter a newer ceremonial and administrative district, largely developed during the later Hittite Empire. Hattusili III, and especially his son, Tudalia IV, late 13th century that is, undertook ambitious building projects that transformed Hattusa's skyline. They extended the city's fortifications to enclose a much larger area to the south, and built a series of monumental gateways decorated with stone reliefs. The most famous of these are the Lion Gate and the King's Gate on the southern circuit of the walls, and the Sphinx Gate on the high eastern rampart. The Lion Gate features two carved lions, mouth open in a perpetual roar, standing guard at the threshold. The King's Gate is adorned with a relief figure often thought to represent a warrior god rather than a specific ruler. He wears a horned helmet. At the Sphinx Gate, a pair of imposing Sphinx statues, stood central. This gate was perched atop a high artificial bastion known today as Yerkapi. The rampart's long sloping slides were carefully stone-paved, and an arched tunnel runs underneath, perhaps a postern passage for troops or processional entryway, showcasing the Hittites' skill in engineering and defensive design. Pretty impressive for the time. Archaeologists discovered the two sculpted sphinxes buried near the gate. One sphinx was eventually restored and returned to Turkey from a German museum, reuniting it with its twin at the site after nearly a century. These grand gateways served practical defensive purposes, but also proclaimed Hittite royal ideology to all who entered. Each gate was a ceremonial passage, through which foreign dignitaries and Hittite subjects alike would pass during festivals or royal audiences, greeted by the images of lions, kings, and protective deities. Behind the imposing walls of the upper city stretched a sacred and administrative landscape. Hattusa was sometimes called the City of 1,000 Gods. Why? Well, because the Hittites had readily incorporated deities from every land that they absorbed. Tudhaliya IV's expansion included the construction of some 30 temples in the upper city, each devoted to different gods of the Hittite, Hurrian, or regional pantheons. Though none matched the sheer scale of the great temple in the lower city, that is. Collectively, these sanctuaries signaled Hattusa's statues as a religious center for the entire empire at large. The most striking religious monument associated with Hattusa lies just outside the city walls, at a place called Yazilikaya, an open-air sanctuary of natural rock. There, in 2 rock chambers, Tudhaliya IV ordered elaborate reliefs of dozens of gods and goddesses be carved into the stone, creating a grand tableau of the divine assembly. The walls of these chambers show procession upon procession of deities, the 12 gods of the underworld, the mighty storm god Teshub, and his consort the sun goddess, and even the likeness of Tudhaliya IV himself in divine attire. During the great annual festivals, such as the Spring New Year Festival, Hittite priests and the royal family led processions from Hattusa to Yazilikaya, conducting ceremonies under the sky in that dramatic rock setting. The existence of Yazilikaya, so near to Hattusa, shows that the capital was not only a political seat, but also a spiritual one, where state religion was centered, and the king served as a chief priest of the realm. Overlooking the entire city was the royal acropolis on Buyukale, the great fortress, where the palaces and administrative offices of the great Hittite king were built. This high citadel was the nerve center of imperial power. It held audience halls where the great king of Hatti would receive envoys bearing gifts and letters from across the known world. Here, treaty oaths were sworn, and vassal princes paid homage to their overlord. Tablets found in the archives describe annual feasts at which vassal rulers from subject lands gathered in Hattusa to reaffirm their loyalty, likely bringing lavish tribute to the Hittite court. At least they better. Don't want to show up empty-handed, The Hittites maintained their rule over far-flung territories through a web of such vassal treaties, showing a pragmatic tolerance. They generally allowed local kings to continue ruling and local gods to remain venerated. All they wanted was yearly tribute and obedience. This relatively federative approach helped hold a diverse empire together under Hattusa's leadership. Life in the place could be luxurious, but also austere by Near Eastern standards, unlike the mud-brick ziggurats of Mesopotamia or the stone temples of Thebes. Hittite architecture favored timber and mud brick atop stone foundations, and most buildings were 1 or 2 stories high. The Anatolian climate necessitated thick walls and hearths for cold winters. Excavations have uncovered fragments of vibrant wall paintings and colored ceramics that hint at the interior decoration of palaces and temples. A famous artifact is the Hattusa greenstone, a polished, throne-sized monolith of unknown origin or purpose, found in the prominent plaza of the upper city. Now, some think that it was an altar, or perhaps used in purification rituals. But it remains a bit of a mystery. Still, it's probably something to do with a religious ritual. Anyway, most of them are. Now, of particular importance in Hattusa were its archives and scribal quarters. The city's bureaucracy kept meticulous records on clay tablets, many of which were preserved by being baked. Now, this was either intentionally done in ovens or accidentally in destructive fires. Tens of thousands of cuneiform tablets have been recovered from Hattusa's ruins, constituting a veritable library of Hittite civilization. Now, how cool is that? In these tablets, we find legal codes that detail everything from the price of a slave, from the penalty for stealing a sheep. Notably, Hittite law was, for the time, relatively humane. Many offenses were punished by fines or compensation rather than death, revealing a rather pragmatic approach to justice. These law tablets, along with royal edicts standardizing weights and measures, and diplomatic letters full of courtesies and threats, were filed carefully on wooden shelves in the palatial archives. We also find literature and mythology, Hittite versions of Mesopotamian epics like the Epic of Gilgamesh, as well as indigenous Hittite myths such as the tale of the dragon-slaying storm god and the adventures of Telepinu, a fertility god whose disappearance causes all life on Earth to wither until he is found again. It's texts like this that reveal that Hattusa was an intellectual center where foreign influences mingled with local tradition. Scribes even compiled multilingual glossaries and dictionaries, showing off their scholarly mastery of Sumerian and the Akkadian tongue alongside their native Hittite. To be a scribe in Hattusa was to have the world's knowledge at one's fingertips, and the archives suggest a proud awareness among the Hittite elite that their capital's records would preserve their civilization's legacy. Everyday life for Hattusa's inhabitants, be they artisans, soldiers, priests, or officials, unfolded in the shadow of the city's great walls and temples. Festivals were frequent, and they must have been pretty damn spectacular. During the spring festival of Puruli, for example, priests carried the idols of the storm god in procession through Hattusa's streets, and out of the rock shrine of the Yazilikaya, accompanied by musicians and ecstatic dancers reenacting the myth of the storm god's triumph over the dragon Iluyanka. Common citizens likely lined the streets to watch these holy pageants, witnessing their king and queen officiate the ceremonies that renewed the land's fertility each year. Such ceremonies reinforced the sacred aura of kingship. The ruling couple participated as intermediaries between the gods and people, legitimizing their power through piety. Meanwhile, Hattusa's strategic location meant that the sounds of war and preparation were never far away. The city housed armories and workshops for chariots and weapons, and its garrison of troops kept watch on the frontiers. Hittite texts refer to the king's standing army and elite warriors. It is likely that contingents of soldiers were stationed in or near the capital, drilling on its parade grounds and manning the thick ramparts whenever a threat loomed. In the markets of the lower city, merchants traded products from across the realm. Copper and tin, vital for making bronze, arrived via a long-distance trade. Wine and olive oil came from the coastal regions, while local farmers brought in flax, wool, and salt. You might have seen Babylonian or Canaanite traders in the streets alongside the Hurrian musicians, or even the Luwian-speaking farmers from the nearby villages. While simpler and more rustic in appearance than the opulent cities of Egypt or Mesopotamia, the streets of Hattusa likely had their own lively bustle and refinement, all enriched by a mix of peoples: Hittite, Hattian, Luwian, Hurrian, and others. They all called the empire home. And through it all, the figure of the great king persisted, often distant in his fortified citadel, yet present in the lives of his subjects through his laws, taxes, and the awe that his very title commanded. Hattusa embodied the Hittite state in microcosm, resilient, diverse, and bound together by loyalty to the throne and the god of the storms. Hattusa's dominance was periodically challenged by both foreign enemies and internal problems. One of the city's great trials came in the early 14th century, during the reign of a king known later as Tudalia III. The Hittite realm was beset by invasions on multiple fronts. Tribes from the north, the Kaska people from the Pontic Mountains, launched raids deep into Hittite territory, while enemies from Arzawa in the west and Isua, east of the Euphrates, pressed in from other directions. In a series of calamities, these foes even managed to attack and sack Hattusa itself. The devastation was so complete that a foreign observer, Pharaoh Amenhotep III of Egypt, was informed that, quote, "the land of Hatti is finished." Indeed, for a brief period, the Hittite capital certainly seemed that way. It was abandoned, its people dispersed to safer areas. The king and court fled to another city, perhaps Samoa in the east, according to the later Hittite records, that is, to regroup and plan their counter-offensive. But the thing is, the Hittites were far from finished. Under the leadership of Tudalia's son, the future Suppiluliuma I, by the way, the kingdom staged a stunning recovery. Suppiluliuma proved to be a military genius, as well as a savvy statesman. Through a series of brilliant campaigns, he reconquered all the lost territories. And he didn't stop there. He even expanded Hittite dominion further than before, into the regions of Syria previously under Mitannian or Egyptian influence. Hattusa was liberated and rebuilt, rising from its ashes like a phoenix, or something like that. The Egyptian pharaoh's premature declaration of Hatti's end was thus dramatically overturned. Better luck next time. According to the Hittite chronicles, Tudalia III eventually returned from exile, and with his son Suppiluliuma, they made the land of Hatti again whole. By the end of Suppiluliuma's conquests, Hattusa was more secure and more powerful than ever, presiding over an empire that now truly rivaled the might of Egypt and Assyria. The city's fortunes continued to ebb and flow with the Hittite geopolitical strategy. Early in the 13th century, King Muwatalli II made the extraordinary decision to relocate the royal seat, away from Hattusa. Not a very popular decision, it seems. He established a new capital at Tarhuntassa, a city in the warmer, southern part of the realm, perhaps in Anatolia's plains near Cilicia. The reasons for this move remain partly conjectural. Muwatalli may have wanted to position himself closer to the impending theatre of conflict with Egypt in Syria, or perhaps just to distance the court from the troublesome northern frontier where the Kaskans were always causing a nuisance for the Hittites. In any case, they were not good neighbors. During Muwatalli's reign, which included the Battle of Kadesh against Ramesses II, Hattusa was temporarily relegated from primary capital to secondary city under the governorship of Muwatalli's younger brother, Hattusili, the future Hattusili III. The population and political activity in Hattusa likely declined during those years around 1270, and some temples may have seen fewer ceremonies as the court and cult focus shifted south. The situation, however, was short-lived. You see, after Muwatalli's death, his son, Uruk, who took the royal name Mursili III, inherited the throne and initially maintained Tarhuntasa as his seat. But Hattusili, the king's uncle who had held power in Hattusa, rebelled against his nephew. In a dramatic civil conflict, Hattusili deposed Uruk and seized the throne for himself, becoming King Hattusili III. And one of his first acts, guess what, was to restore Hattusa as the permanent capital of the empire. Back to the good old days. The court and primary deities returned to Hattusa, and Tarhuntasa was likely demoted to a regional center governed by a vassal. Hattusili III's reign thus marked a renaissance for the old capital. He and his successors poured resources into rebuilding and beautifying Hattusa on a grand scale, perhaps both to reassert the city's supremacy, but also to stamp their own legacy on its story. In any case, Hattusa was well and truly back in business. The final major phase of construction at Hattusa took place under Tudalia IV, who reigned from who lived around 1237 to 1209. He was the son of Hattusili III, by the way. Tudalia IV undertook what might be called an ancient urban renewal program. He strengthened Hattusa's defenses, refurbished older walls and towers, and added secondary ramparts in key areas. He basically created a double-line fortification around much of the upper city. He commissioned the carving of monumental inscriptions in Luwian hieroglyphs, the indigenous Anatolian scripts on cliff faces and gate jambs, boldly proclaiming his building works and the favor of the gods. And, as described earlier, he oversaw the construction of numerous new temples and ceremonial structures, turning the upper city into a veritable temple district. Visitors to Hattusa in Tudalia IV's time would have seen a city humming with construction, crews hauling limestone blocks for new sanctuaries, sculptors chiseling reliefs of lions and sphinxes at the gateways, and priests consecrating one temple after the other. But it's a little bit ironic, because this era of urban splendor came exactly when the twilight of the Hittite kingdom was about to begin. Even as Tudalia built impressively, external pressures on the empire were mounting. It wasn't just for the Hittites either. The entire known world was about to fall to pieces. But for a brief period, Hattusa could truly boast of being one of the most splendid cities of the Near East, filled with statues of gods, gleaming temple facades, and massive fortifications, ones that overawed all that beheld them. So around 1200, calamity struck Hattusa and the Hittite Empire. As with many Bronze Age civilizations, the precise cause of the Hittite collapse remains a subject of study and debate. I did a video about it a little while ago. Perhaps you want to look at the Bronze Age collapse video. I have a few opinions of my own. Nothing too out there. Don't want to get controversial on you. Well, what is clear is that Hattusa did not escape the turmoil that swept across the Near East at the end of the 13th century. The last known Hittite king, Suppiluliuma II, left inscriptions indicating that he fought hard to defend the realm. One text boasts of a naval victory against attackers from Alashia, which is believed to be Cyprus. But even this capable monarch could not stem the tide of collapse. The Hittite capital was ultimately destroyed, and it was completely abandoned, marking an abrupt end to its roughly 5 centuries of importance. Archaeological evidence suggests that Hattusa's fall was not a single cataclysmic event, but a process that unfolded over several years. Signs of fire and devastation are found in the final occupation layer. But there are also indications that long before the final burning, the city's population had begun to dwindle. Many valuables and portable objects were removed from the temples and palaces, and crucial state archives were deliberately emptied or hidden away. But here's something tantalizing. Historians do still wonder if some royal records were spirited off to a different location, yet to be found. Now that's the fascinating part. This is why I do archaeological review every month. Maybe one month we'll find those records. Well, all of this suggests that the Hittite elite saw the end coming, and they evacuated in an orderly manner, possibly fleeing to safer regions or seeking refuge with the allied kingdoms. In any case, by the time the hostile forces arrived to deliver the final blow, Hattusa might have already been a veritable ghost town, left hollowed out, with only a skeleton crew or no inhabitants at all. Who ultimately burned Hattusa is not definitely known. Some scholars point to the Kashgans, those northern tribes, likely culprits since they'd harried Hati's northern borders for centuries and would have seized upon a weakened, near-empty city. Others consider the general upheavals of the era, the so-called Sea People migrations and raids that affected the eastern Mediterranean around 1200, or even internal revolts and uprisings. Climate change might have played a role too. Evidence from the paleoclimate studies hints at a regional drought in the late 13th century, which could have led to crop failures, famine, and a social breakdown, exacerbating the vulnerability of the empire. But in any case, by around 1180, give or take a few decades, the great capital lay in ruin. The collapse of the Hittite state was so complete that no new empire rose in central Anatolia to claim their legacy. The site remained largely deserted, apart from a small fortress or village established centuries later by the Phrygians, early Iron Age people, or other newcomers. And indeed, archaeologists have found traces of Phrygian pottery and defensive walls on the hill dating to around the 8th century BCE, a faint postscript and epilogue to the story of Hattusa. Meanwhile, in the lands to the south, a few Neo-Hittite successor kingdoms such as Carchemish and Melid lingered on, keeping some Hittite cultural traditions alive for a time. These small principalities, ruled by descendants of the Hittite royalty, preserved the Luwian hieroglyphic writing and some aspects of the Hittite art into the Iron Age. But Hattusa itself faded from memory. Within a few generations, no one in the Near East remembered that a mighty empire had once ruled from that wind-swept citadel. Well, the Greeks who later traveled through Anatolia had no idea that the overgrown mounds near Bogaskale concealed a royal city. Herodotus and other classical writers made only vague references to ancient Syrian or Anatolian kingdoms in the area. They never knew that they were passing right over the tomb of an empire. And so, for 2,000 years, Hattusa slept, known only as a set of ruins and local legends. Its very name was forgotten. The world's knowledge of the Hittites vanished so completely that by the 19th century, the Hittites were little more than obscure figures, mentioned in the Bible, and a few ancient Egyptian inscriptions. The resurrection of Hattusa began with curious travelers and scholars. It was in the year 1834 that the French archaeologist Charles Texier visited Bogaskoy, the local name for the area, and was astonished to find massive stone ruins. He mapped walls, gateways, and strange relief carvings of warriors on rocks. Texier published his findings, igniting European interest in the ruins of Bogoskoy. Over the following decades, other explorers investigated. In 1858, the German geographer Heinrich Barth made careful sketches, and a few years later, in 1861, the Frenchman Georges Perrault conducted small excavations of his own, uncovering relief sculptures at Yazilikaya. It was Perot who first boldly suggested in 1886 that these might be the remains of the lost Hittite capital of Hattusa, based on the size and style of the artifacts, which seemed to match the scant hints about Hittites from outside sources. But still, definitive proof was lacking. The breakthrough came only with systematic excavations. In 1905, the first formal digging was carried out by Hugo Winkler, a German archaeologist, and Theodore Macready, a Turkish Ottoman archaeologist on behalf of the German Orient Society. They returned in 1906 and focused on the high mound of Buyukale. What they found soon changed our understanding of ancient history. The remains of a palace storeroom. They unearthed hundreds of clay tablet fragments. By the end of that season, Winkler had recovered over 2,500 clay tablets or pieces thereof. Many were written in a then unknown language, but a few were in Akkadian and contained tantalizing names and titles, crucially references to a country called Hatti and a king named Muatali. These corresponded perfectly to names in Egyptian records. Ramesses II's foe at Kadesh was a King Muatali of Hatti, confirming that Bogoskoi was indeed the royal capital of the Hittite Empire. The lost city of Hattusa had been found, and its own records were speaking at last. As more tablets were unearthed and scholars began deciphering them, the entire chronology and culture of the Hittites emerged from oblivion. The tablets from Hattusa's archive proved to be the key to unlocking the long-lost Hittite language and history. In 1915, a Czech linguist named Bedřich Hrozný famously deciphered the Hittite language by recognizing it as Indo-European. He examined a tablet and read the words Nu Ninda An Ezateni Watar Ma Ukuteni, which, pardon my poor Hittite, translated as, Now you will eat bread and drink water, noting that Ninda, bread, resembled Latin panis, and watar, water, was akin to the English water. This breakthrough in understanding showed that a seemingly alien Hittite spoke a language related to Latin and Sanskrit, making Hittite the oldest attested Indo-European language. The confirmation that Hittite was part of the Indo-European family revolutionized linguistics and validated comparative language theories. It was now clear that the inscriptions from Hattusa constituted a vast treasury of historical texts, royal decrees, myths, prayers, treaties, and more, all from a people who had been reduced to a biblical footnote. The rediscovery of Hattusa vindicated ancient references that had puzzled scholars for years. All of a sudden, these Hittites, mentioned passingly in the Hebrew Bible and a few Egyptian chronicles, stood revealed as the powerful kings of a Bronze Age empire. Well, in a sense, the Hittites had never completely vanished from the human record. Those obscure biblical Hittites, such as the warrior Uriah or the merchants of Canaan, and the references in Egyptian and Assyrian inscriptions were echoes of this once great people. But the problem was, without Hattusa, those echoes were heard but misunderstood. But now the true picture came into focus. The Hittites were not a minor tribe at all, but they were the lords of an advanced civilization, and Hattusa was indeed their throne city. So throughout the 20th and into the 21st century, excavations at Hattusa have continued under the direction of the German Archaeological Institute, in cooperation with Turkish authorities. Generations of archaeologists, such as Kurt Bittel, who led post-war digs from the 30s to the 70s, Peter Neve, 1970s to 90s, and Jürgen Seer, 1990s to 2000s, expanded the excavation trenches to cover Hattusa's temples, fortifications, and residential areas. Today, under the director Andreas Schnatter, that is Schachner? Excuse me. Andreas Schachner. Archaeological work still proceeds, focusing on uncovering remaining domestic quarters and conserving the exposed structures. These efforts have revealed new facets of Hattusa. For example, in 1986, a remarkable discovery was made west of the Sphinx Gate. A large bronze tablet inscribed with a treaty between Tudalia IV and his cousin Kuranta of Tarhuntasa, shedding light on the Hittite political arrangements in the late empire. In 1991, a bronze sword of Mycenaean Greek make was found at the site, bearing an Akkadian inscription that read, "As Tudalia the great king destroyed the land of Asua, the western lands that is, he dedicated these swords to the storm god." This artifact dramatically illustrated the Hittites' far-reaching campaigns and the cosmopolitan nature of their spoils. Another excavation season uncovered a cache of 3,400 clay ceilings in a burned building, apparently the remnants of a Hittite record office. Now, each one sealed a document or container, many pertaining to land grants and administration, providing insight into how Hattusa managed its estates. In any case, each little find, it just enriches our understanding of what was going on. But perhaps most importantly, Hattusa's excavation has given us access to the voices of the Hittites themselves, allowing us to reconstruct a long-lost chapter of the late Bronze Age in a rather intimate detail. We now have correspondence between Hittite kings and their contemporaries, legal disputes and verdicts, inventory lists of palace warehouses, and even school texts where apprentice scribes copied proverbs. For example, one clay tablet is a royal letter in which a Hittite queen complains to the pharaoh of Egypt about delays in sending her fine linen garments, an amusing glimpse of international communication. Another tablet contains the provisions of a treaty and ends with the list of divine witnesses and curses. The Hittites, long just a name in ancient scriptures, have come alive through these kind of records. And so, today, Hattusa is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognized for its outstanding universal value as a well-preserved Bronze Age capital. Visitors can walk along a stretch of reconstructed city walls, pass through the weathered Lion Gate as people did 3,300 years ago, and stand atop the citadel, where kings brokered alliances and plotted wars. The nearby Bogoskoye Museum displays many artifacts from the site, including cuneiform tablets, seals, and ceramics. Notably, the pair of Sphinx statues from the Sphinx Gate, one of which had been taken to Germany in 1917, as we mentioned, now reunited, flanking the museum's entrance. History comes full circle, In Ankara''s Museum of Anatolian Civilizations, you can see the bronze tablet of Tudalia Kurunta Treaty, and in Istanbul's Archaeological Museum, a clay tablet copy of the Treaty of Kadesh is proudly exhibited. These tangible pieces allow us to connect directly with the world of Hattusa's people. And, well, for historians and the public alike, the rediscovery of Hattusa had been quite revelatory. It revealed a critical blank in the map of the ancient Near East. Suddenly, around 1906, we gained evidence of that lost empire. Hattusa has provided many firsts to modern scholarship. The earliest known Indo-European written language, one of the earliest comprehensive law codes, the first recorded international peace treaty, and extensive archives that have illuminated Bronze Age politics, religion, and society. All in all, what a place. In popular memory, the Hittites are those mighty warriors, the foes of the pharaohs. But behind all of the grand battles, and the treaties that we have left hanging up in the UN to this very day were the ordinary people of the Hittite Empire, the ones who lived out their daily routines in the towns and villages of Anatolia. What was life like for them? What did they do all day? What did they believe? What did they eat? What did they wear? That's what we're here to talk about today. Very normal matters of very normal people. Hello and welcome. I hope you are enjoying the daily life series as much as we are enjoying doing it for you. And thank you once again to those supporting on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, donations, and the merch store, keeping everything ad-free. Links are in the description. Otherwise, give it a like, comment, and subscribe. Boosts us up in the algorithm. Really does help. Any case, with all that being said and done, let's waste no more time and get straight into it. First off, like in a lot of other places, Hittite Anatolia's daily life was shaped by the geography and climate. Look at it like this. The Hittite heartland in central Anatolia is a bit unique. It's a high plateau ringed by mountains. The summers, hot and dry, but the winters brought biting cold and a bit of snow from time to time, conditions mentioned in Hittite texts and still familiar in modern Turkey. Now, these extremes meant that the agricultural cycles and daily routines had to adjust to seasonal rhythms. When spring came, the melting snow swelled the streams, and farmers raced to plow and sow the fields. In autumn, communities gathered to harvest before the winter's onset. The landscape itself was a mix of forests, rocky highlands, and fertile river valleys. Scattered across this terrain were villages and towns built of mud brick and stone, with Hattusa, the great city, as the bustling royal capital. Now, we did another video specifically on Hattusa. If you want to see that, you can just search it up. You'll find it. Now, most Hittites lived in small agrarian villages rather than cities. Traveling between settlements, though, that could be quite arduous. Dirt roads, where there were roads, winding down mountain passes. Not ideal. Life for many was locally centered because of this, in tight-knit communities, often bound by kinship. Ethnically and linguistically, the Hittite world was also quite diverse. The ruling class spoke Hittite, the language, an Indo-European branch of languages, but they coexisted with many other groups. Names in use suggest that people of Luwian and Hurrian heritage lived among the Hittite stock. The empire had grown by conquest and diplomacy, absorbing the older Hattian people of Anatolia, and later ruling over Hurrians, Luwians, and others. Thus, a typical Hittite town might have a mix of traditions, a reflection of centuries of cultural blending. Despite this diversity, inhabitants shared a strong identity as people of Hatti, loyal to the great king in Hattusa. In fact, one could be Hittite by allegiance, even if you weren't by blood. A person in the late Bronze Age Anatolian region might call the storm god Tarhunna in Hittite, Teshub in Hurrian, or if you were in a little local village, you might have a different name. But it's all for the same deity, and all in the same prayer. What really bound people together was the imperial administration and the Hittite state laws and institutions that applied to everyone. What this managed to do was foster a sense of order across the land, well, as much as can be in realistic terms for the time. Socially, Hittite society was hierarchical, but not rigidly caste-bound. At the top, there was the king. He was titled in Hittite Tabarna or Labarna, who was not only the head of the state, but also chief priest of the realm. You'll find this in many other Bronze Age cultures. The king's extended family and the nobility formed an elite class, living in palaces or large estates. Just below them were the officials and regional governors, for example, the chief of the royal bodyguards, the chief of scribes, and the chief of wine stewards, each with different duties. These positions show that governance was somewhat decentralized. You see, even a great king like Suppiluliuma I or Hattusa III relied on bureaucracy of literate administrators and skilled professionals. Common free citizens did form the bulk of the population, of course, that goes without saying. The farmers, herders, craftsmen, soldiers, and merchants who sustained the economy. They were the foundation of Hittite society. And they were typically bound by duty to the king. But they could also own land or businesses, as long as they paid their taxes and did their proper military service, that is. But below that were the bottom of the social ladder, the slaves and the war captives. Hittite slaves were often prisoners taken in foreign campaigns, or their descendants. However, Hittite laws granted slaves some protections and freedoms that might surprise us today. For instance, slaves in Hatti could marry whom they chose. They could even own property. And if they managed to save up enough money, they could purchase their freedom. This relatively humane treatment, noted by scholars, reflects the practical, family-centered outlook of Hittite law. It was a society stratified by rank and wealth, yet one where even those of low status had certain rights under the law. The population density of Hittite Anatolia was not high, at least by modern standards. Villages might consist of a few dozen families. Towns, perhaps a few thousand people. The capital, Hattusa, in its heyday around the 13th century BCE, covered a vast area behind its defensive walls. Archaeologists have traced a circuit of over 8 kilometers of fortifications, but much of the enclosed space was taken up by temples, palaces, storerooms, and open ground. Scholars estimate Hattusa's population may have been in the tens of thousands at most. And that means that even the big city of the Hittite Empire would feel more like a modest town by modern comparison. Of course, we're not going to be judging it by that, aren't we? Streets were winding and unpaved, lined with mud brick dwellings. Livestock roamed the outskirts. Nevertheless, Hattusa impressed visitors with its massive stone walls and gates carved with lions and sphinxes. Monumental gates like the famous Lion Gate, flanked by snarling sculptures, and King's Gate, showed the might of the state. But just inside these gates lay the ordinary city quarters where bakers, potters, and scribes went about their daily business. Life in the countryside, however, revolved around the village. A typical Hittite village consisted of mud brick homes with courtyards, clustered on a hillside or near a stream. Each household might have a small garden or orchard and keep a few animals, goats, sheep, that is the plural, maybe a cow or two. Cows, of course, were a little bit more valuable than the smaller livestock. The surrounding fields, collectively worked, produced the staples: emmer wheat and barley for bread and beer, flax for linen and fodder for animals. The Hittites were indeed primarily farmers and herders, and they knew the uncertainties of their environment. Droughts, crop blights, or early frosts could bring hardship. One Hittite prayer text dramatically describes a plague that ravaged the land for 20 years in the reign of King Mursili II, a grim reminder of how vulnerable even a great kingdom was to disease and famine. No one gets away with that. But in normal times, villagers were largely self-sufficient. Neighbors would help each other with big tasks like harvesting or building, and bartering. Let's have the evening on my mind. Bartering of goods was common. So in these close communities, everyone knew everybody else. and social life often centered on extended families and seasonal festivals. But all this being said, it's important to note that much of what we know about Hittite daily life is reconstructed from pretty scant evidence. We just have to do our best with what we have. But, everyone is doing their best, so lucky for us. The Hittites left behind tens of thousands of clay tablets, sure, but most of them are royal archives. Treaties, laws, religious rituals, oracle reports. No one was really writing down the personal diaries or letters about daily chores. We do catch occasional glimpses, though. A letter complaining about a shortage of beer, an inventory in a noble's household, or a king's instructions to his farmers. As for the other details, archaeology needs to fill those in. The remains of houses, tools, pottery, and even the bones of meals. Now, from these pieces we assemble the mosaic of everyday Hittite existence. So, with that background of land and society in mind, let's walk through the facets of daily lives, and we'll see if we can get a little picture in our mind. The typical Hittite home was modest by modern standards, usually a single-story structure of mud brick walls on stone foundations. Roofs were flat and made of timber beams covered with reeds and clay. Well, you didn't really have windows, but you did have small openings, designed to keep out the winter cold and summer heat. Floors were often packed earth, though there were a few wealthier homes that might have stone paving. Furnishings were pretty few. Woven mats or low wooden stools, a couple clay jars for storage, and maybe a wooden chest. Most people slept on mats or blankets laid on the floor, or on simple wooden bedsteads, if they could afford them. A Hittite household was usually extended family in structure. Several generations might live under one roof, or in adjacent houses around a shared courtyard. Maybe Granddad was living there who had cleared the land earlier, his grown sons and wives with him, and a gaggle of children. It could easily number up to 10 to 15 people, plus a dependent relative or a hired servant. It wasn't uncommon for 10 or 20 more people to share a household compound, especially if the family was prosperous and had farm laborers or slaves living in. In the evenings, such a household would gather for the main meal, seated in a circle if space allowed, sharing food from common bowls. And Hittites valued highly family bonds too, Sons and daughters were both cherished. One Hittite instruction text advises the head of the household to treat children well and raise them to be honorable, showing an expectation that each generation would have to care for the next. Childhood could be pretty precarious. Infant mortality was high, as in, all ancient societies, so surviving past the age of 5 was a cause for a quiet celebration. By the age of 6 or 7, children were expected to start learning the skills they would need as adults. A boy might accompany his father to the fields or workshop, gradually taking on chores like fetching water, herding sheep, or kneading clay for pottery. As for a girl, she might shadow her mother in domestic tasks, learning to spin wool or weave cloth on the upright loom, not to mention cooking basic meals. And speaking of education, in its formal sense was quite reserved for a select few. Only a minority of Hittites, mostly the children of elite families or professional scribes, became literate. For those lucky enough to attend a scribal school, the curriculum was pretty harsh. They had to master not only Hittite language, but also Akkadian and Sumerian, and the complex cuneiform writing system. Royal edicts mention chief of the scribes as an important official, which implies a whole scribal apparatus of trainers and apprentices. A literate boy might start as a trainee around, 7 or 8 years old. He'd spend years copying tablets, and only in his late teens or 20s would he become a full-fledged scribe. And that was a big deal, of course. Literacy truly was a specialized career path, often hereditary. For the average child, however, education was practical and on the job. The family profession, that was the classroom. If your dad was a farmer, you were a farmer. But women played vital roles too within the family and beyond. A Hittite woman typically married in her teens, and upon marriage she donned a veil if she was of the free class. Veiling signified her married status, a custom also seen in some neighboring cultures. Women usually took charge of running the household. They cooked, cleaned, fetched water, and cared for children. And they also managed the storage of food, which of course is, well, if you starve to death, it's all over, isn't it? So of course it's very important. They were also often involved in the family's economic activity. For example, women were the primary weavers and cloth makers, a central industry in Hatti. In farm families, women milked animals, made butter and cheese, and tended vegetable gardens. Despite a clear patriarchal structure, the father, husband, was typically the head of the household. Hittite laws indicate that women had significant rights of their own. For example, a wife could own dowry property and maintain control over it, and widows could inherit their husband's estate. That's if there were no adult sons. We even have one text that implies daughters could inherit if a man had no sons, that is, which was not unheard of in the ancient Near East. There's a few other cultures, Akkadian culture as well as one of them, which has this kind of rule. Furthermore, some women served in official or semi-official capacities. There were priestesses, prophetesses, and in the royal court, you had the queen, of course, and she wielded considerable power, the top job for any woman of Hittite society. She'd also act as a high priestess, and sometimes a co-regent with the king, especially if the king was young, a little bit too young before his coming of age to be considered wise enough to make good decisions. Now, notably, Queen Pudaipa in the 13th century BCE corresponded as an equal with Pharaoh Ramesses II and took part in state treaties, evidence that elite women could be very influential. While the average Hittite woman led a life centered on home and family, she was far from powerless. In daily life, the partnership of husband and wife was crucial for survival. The inscription suggests mutual respect. A husband was expected to provide and protect for the wife, and in turn, the wives are described as running the house diligently. Now, the next part we're going to talk about is a bit of clothing and appearance standards. How do you spot a Hittite among the crowd? Their clothing reflected both their practical needs but also social customs. Surviving art and texts give us a fairly detailed idea of how they dressed. As for the men, they typically wore a kilt or a tunic as the basic garment. A common style was a knee-length tunic with short sleeves, belted at the waist with a strip of cloth or leather. In warm weather, a simple wraparound kilt, a bit like a skirt made of a rectangle of fabric, might be worn instead. The fabric was usually wool for cooler seasons, perhaps flax linen for summer. Women wore longer dresses, generally reaching the ankles. A woman's dress could be a wraparound garment, a sewn gown with sleeves perhaps. One typical depiction shows women in a kind of long tunic dress cinched with a belt, sometimes with a short cape or shawl over their shoulders. Importantly, a married woman veiled her hair in public. One Hittite word for a married woman was even synonymous with veiled one. As for this veil, it might have been a light cloth draped over the head and tied or simply left hanging, serving to signify her marital status, but also her modesty. As for the unmarried girls, they probably didn't cover their heads fully, but they might wear headscarves or headbands. Both men and women might don cloaks in colder weather, heavy woolen cloaks or mantles that could be pinned at the shoulder. There's evidence of colorful dyes being used as well. Hittite texts mention red, yellow, blue, green, black, and white garments. The wealthy could afford bright dyes, and even imported the coveted purple cloth from the region of Lesbos or the Levant, a luxury item in that era. And indeed it was. Actually, it was the most expensive. It's very difficult to get purple dye. Well, not these days. But back in those days it certainly was. The Hittites certainly had their own distinctive flair in dress. One famous item noted by historians is the shoe with the upturned toes. Hittite shoes or boots often had a curled-up tip, almost like think of it like a small horn at the toe. It could be seen on statues and carvings. These upturned shoes might have helped keep the toes from snagging on uneven ground. Or they might have simply just been a fashion statement of the time. I suppose we'll never know. Later, Greek legend even attributed such shoes to Trojan style, which likely derived from Hittite-influenced Anatolia. For practical daily use, footwear would be sturdy leather, or kind of low boots. The upturned feature perhaps more pronounced in the formal or elite attire, but the day-to-day was pretty much a sandal-type shoe. As for the men, they were usually clean-shaven, or they had short beards, according to Egyptian depictions of the Hittites and Hittite seal images. By the 13th century BCE, Hittite kings are shown with no beard at all, unlike many Mesopotamian kings, a trend that suggests clean-shavenness was preferred for a more dignified look. As for the hair, they kept that around shoulder length, sometimes with a ribbon or a band. Hittite women are shown with their hair very long, often reaching past the shoulders, either braided or gathered under a veil or scarf. Jewelry and adornment were pretty popular among most social classes. Everyone liked to display a bit of finery if they could afford it. Common people might wear simple strings of beads or copper bangles, whereas the upper class had access to things like gold, silver, precious stones. Excavations in Hittite levels have uncovered lots of faience and glass beads, carnelian and agate stones, and also bronze pins and earrings. The variety is pretty impressive. A typical Hittite woman of means might wear a necklace of beads, large hoop earrings, and pins to fasten her clothing, sometimes with decorative heads, etc., shaped like, flowers or animals, things like this. As for the men of higher status, they wore seal rings or pendants. The cylinder seal or stamp used to sign documents often hung on a cord round the neck or wrist. Hittite seals were beautifully engraved and served as both identification and jewelry. But clothing also denoted profession or role at times. For example, Hittite priests and priestesses wore distinctive garb during ceremonies, often long white robes, sometimes with peculiar hats too. There's also one famous Hittite image from a rock sanctuary that shows gods and goddesses, and by extension the priests representing them. And they've all got these tall kind of conical hats and long robes. It's quite cool. Now, in daily life, a farmer might throw on a broad-brimmed hat of felt against the sun, or a soldier might don a leather helmet or a cloak before a journey. Practical concerns. A striking point is, however, how purely decorative clothing we see. Almost everything had a purpose. The layers of wool, the headscarves, the stout belts and shoes. They were all suited to a land of harsh weather, and for the majority of people, harsh work. So let's get away from that now and talk about the Hittite diet. And at the core of that was bread. So central, in fact, that the Hittite word for bread, ninda, simply meant food in general. Every Hittite household, all the way from the farmstead to the palace, was baking bread regularly. The grain of choice was wheat, especially emmer wheat. But if you couldn't get that, you'd make it out of barley. Dough was often leavened and baked in dome-shaped clay ovens. Flatbreads were also made on griddles and hot stones. There were many varieties of bread, as ancient Hittite texts do tell us. Sometimes mentioned include sour bread, perhaps made with a sourdough starter, flatbread, honey bread, and others with intriguing names like moon bread or spear bread. These last names hint at shapes. You can imagine spear bread, I suppose, as a kind of like a baguette, and moon bread as like a crescent-shaped roll, like a croissant, which actually means crescent, by the way. Well, another reminder, too, that even back then the bakers were getting creative. Bread could also be made from lentils or beans mixed into flour, yielding a different kind of loaf with a bit of extra nutrition. Such innovations might have been especially useful in years when grain was scarce, but legumes were plentiful. To accompany the bread, they also had a wide range of fruits and vegetables. From tablets, and archaeobotanical, that's a big word, archaeobotanical remains, we know that they had olives, grapes, figs, and pomegranates, Mediterranean staples that flourished in Anatolia's climate. They grew pulses like lentils, chickpeas, peas, and beans, which were crucial sources of nutrition. You could also put them into porridges and stews. Vegetables mentioned in records include cucumbers, leeks, onions, and garlic. A Hittite farmer's garden likely had leafy greens and herbs as well, though specifics are pretty scarce. One text refers to giant carrots, which might actually mean a type of thick parsnip or root. True orange carrots were a later development, by the way, but some root vegetables akin to carrots were present. These vegetables would be eaten in season to preserve them. Hittites could dry fruits like figs and grapes, making raisins, or store onions and garlic for months. Olives were pressed for their oil. Olive oil served for cooking, lamp fuel, and also ritual anointing. A pretty valuable commodity. Tablets list oil rations for workers or offerings to gods. Animal products rounded out the diet. The Hittites raised livestock such as cattle, goats, pigs, and sheep. From cows and goats they got milk, which they churned into butter, and likely made into cheese, though few specific descriptions of cheese survive. The ubiquity of dairying implies cheese or yogurt was a staple for storage of milk. Sheep and goats also provided meat, but meat was not an everyday fare for commoners. More often, animals were kept for their secondary products: wool, milk. Well, you'd only slaughter them occasionally for festivals, sacrifices, or if they got too old. Still, when meat was on the menu, it could be mutton, goat, beef, or pork, as well as any wild game. Hunting supplemented the diet. The forests were filled with deer, boar, and wild fowl. The Hittites enjoyed hunting, and their nobility organized hunts for sport, for example, chasing deer or lions with spears. Common folk might set simple traps for birds or rabbits. There's evidence that even fish from rivers and lakes were consumed, though fish is rarely mentioned in texts. The region's rivers had carp and trout, which could be caught regularly too. With these ingredients, grains, vegetables, dairy, and meat, Hittite cooking created simple but pretty nourishing dishes. And then there was another thing too, the spices and the flavorings. In Hittite cuisine they had coriander and cumin as two notable examples. And one other example, of course, is honey. That played a special role as a sweetener. Honey was abundant enough in Hatti that it was not an overtly expensive thing. Indeed, an Old Kingdom law notes that honey bread sold for the same price as a portion of butter or lard, indicating that honey was readily available. The Hittites were skilled beekeepers too, so much that they have the earliest known laws for beekeeping. One law sternly decrees that if anyone steals a beehive, in former times the punishment was to expose the thief to bee stings, but now the penalty is a fine. A colorful law, that's for sure. Wouldn't want to be on the end of that one. Not only a quirky old punishment, but, also a later reform to a monetary fine. Perhaps a little bit of social progress. Still, it's pretty consistent with the Hittite tendency to replace these capital punishment with more fines and gentler ways of correcting people's unlawful behavior. For drinks, the Hittites had several options. Water was the default, drawn from wells or springs, but it was often unsafe or unpalatable alone, so people turned to brewed beverages. And like many of their Mesopotamians, beer was chief among them. They'd brew this from barley and emmer wheat. But the beer wasn't like our normal beer in modern times. This was pretty thick, almost like a porridge, sometimes drunk with a pretty thick straw, perhaps lightly fermented, a nourished beverage that could even children could consume in a diluted form, and the alcohol content wasn't really enough to affect anybody unless you really drank the whole thing, but your stomach could usually get full before you felt that. And then there was wine, too. That was common especially in the later period, when the Hittites controlled vineyards in Syria and Anatolia's Mediterranean coast. The Hittite word for wine, wiana, even entered other languages. They made red wine from grapes and stored it in large pottery jars. The average villager might only taste wine on special occasions, whereas the palace and temple stored vast quantities of it for feasts. Now, interestingly, texts refer to something called beer wine, which sounds like a bit of a mix between the two, or perhaps a stage of fermentation. Scholars aren't entirely sure what it was. It could have been a barley beer, brewed with a bit of grapes for flavor, or a term for mead or a cereal ale that had wine-like qualities. In any case, both beer and wine were beloved. A sober society the Hittites were not. Drinking to a bit of excess with wine was part of hospitality and ritual. There is evidence that they also drank milk, especially goat or sheep milk, and made it into yogurt-like drinks. For the more affluent, imported luxuries like oil of sesame for flavoring food or date syrup from Mesopotamia might be added to the pantry for a little bit of more exciting flavors. But you would tend to stick to the local stuff. Next, let's consider a few work occupations. Most Hittites, as we've seen, were farmers by necessity, but there were a few other occupations too. Let's start right at the top of that with the farmer. He, and often she as well, since women did labor in the fields, would rise at dawn. The cows need milking. The sheep need to be let out to graze early. Hittite farmers typically managed mixed farms, fields of grain or orchards plus herds of livestock. After the morning chores of feeding animals, a farmer might spend the day plowing if it's spring, weeding or irrigating in summer, harvesting in the late summer, or repairing tools or tending to vineyards in autumn. Seasonal rhythms dictated tasks: plow and sow by March, harvest by August, thresh by September. If he was fortunate to have hired help or slaves, those extra hands would join the work. In some cases, groups of farmers pooled labor. Well, they'd work in decent cooperation, much that is seen in a lot of traditional villages to this day. The Hittite farmer's toolkit included wooden plows, flint-bladed sickles, and axes for wood cutting. But he also had to be wary of pests, too. Birds descending on ripened grain, or locust swarms. That could be quite the onion in the ointment, as we say. In any case, it was a tough life, but a respected one. One text calls farmers the backbone of the realm. And well, that's still true to this modern day. Next we have the weaver. In Hittite society, weaving and textile production were predominantly women's work, but crucial to the economy. A Hittite weaver, perhaps a housewife with her daughters or a group of women in a palace workshop, would spend hours each day spinning fibers and working the loom. The main fibers were wool from sheep and linen from flax. Spindle whorls, that is, small weights for a spinning thread, and loom weights for tension on upright looms, are among the most common artifacts you can find in Hittite ruins, showing just how ubiquitous this activity really was. A skilled weaver could produce fine cloth for garments or blankets, and maybe even more elaborate textiles for trade or, temple offerings, things like that. Women might dye the yarn using natural dyes, madder root for red, indigo or woad for blue, onion skins or safflower for yellow, etc. Since texts do mention colored clothes, we know that they were doing this. In a typical day, a weaver could spin a few spools of thread and weave a few inches of fabric on a loom. Progress was pretty slow, so large orders, say for a new tapestry or a tent, would take weeks or months. Some women weavers worked under palace supervision, turning out standardized textiles as a form of tax obligation or labor service, kind of like how you'd give away a portion of your crop as a tax. Yet even in a small village, a woman's woven cloth could be a trade item. Surplus textiles might be bartered for food or metal tools. Notably, weaving was considered the quintessential female craft, and even mythology shows us the Hittite goddess Hanahana, perhaps analogous to the mother goddess, associated with weaving. It gave women a sphere of economic power. They ran what were essentially small businesses from their homes. Hittite laws fixed the prices of certain quality textiles, so as not to cheat weavers or customers. The existence of price controls showed that textiles were significant commodities, and Hittite weavers were skilled enough to produce surplus for market. So next we have the scribe, and only a few could proudly wear that title. A scribe's daily work depended on whom he served. In the town administration, a scribe might sit in the local governor's office and record grain deliveries, write letters about tax collection or troop movements, even draft legal contracts. Scribes were also vital in temples, documenting ritual events and managing inventories of offerings. So imagine a scribe at a desk, which in those days likely meant a board on his lap or a floor, with a lump of fresh clay and a stylus, often a trimmed reed in hand. He's composing an official letter to a neighboring town, inscribing cuneiform signs, line by line. Another tablet awaits him that might contain a marriage agreement or a court deposition that needs copying. The Hittite scribes wrote in several languages. They used Akkadian cuneiform for international letters, Hittite for domestic records, and even kept Sumerian logograms alive for certain religious or legal terms. This multilingual juggling was their expertise, but it was also quite a burden. The scribe's toolkit included clay tablets and a container of water to moisten the clay, as well as a wooden case, with waxed writing boards for quick notes. or accounts, that is. Indeed, Hittites also wrote on wooden tablets coated with wax, which haven't survived, unfortunately, but we've got mentions of them in texts. These might have been used for ephemeral records or teaching, since they could be erased and reused. The life of a scribe could be relatively comfortable. They were literate, thus somewhat elite, and might receive rations from the state. But it was also a life of meticulous labor and sometimes tedium. As far as we know from a charming detail, scribes, after exchanging many letters, would sometimes scribble personal greetings to each other at the bottom of official correspondence, asking about each other's health, things like that. Kind of an ancient pen pal phenomenon. It does show that the scribes formed a community across distances, injecting moments of humanity into their clay documents. The best scribes could rise pretty high, too. For instance, the chief scribe at the capital oversaw the royal archives and was thus pretty close to the king. But even an ordinary scribe in a provincial town held status. Villagers would seek him out or to read or write on their behalf. Whether it be a contract for land or an omen for the gods, everything was important. And very luckily for us, we have the scribes to thank for much of our insights into Hittite culture. Next we have the artisan and merchant. Hittite Anatolia had a range of craftspeople: potters, metalworkers, carpenters, leatherworkers, etc. A potter would dig clay from riverbanks, refine it, and shape vessels on a simple turntable or wheel. And yes, the fast potter's wheel was known and used for finer wares. We found a few of them in archaeological digs. Then came the drying and firing of the pots in a kiln. Pottery found at Hittite sites range from plain cooking pots to beautifully burnished and painted ware. One common product was the pithos, a large storage jar which every household needed. So potters were never idle. There were always more orders coming in. Metalworkers were also crucial. Bronze was the main metal, an alloy of copper and tin. It was used for weapons, tools, and jewelry. The Hittites are famous for early iron working as well. Although in the Bronze Age iron was still rare and mostly for prestigious objects. In a workshop in Hattusa's lower city, a bronzesmith, might spend his day casting axe heads or forging a new sword for a noble. Small workshops likely dotted the city, seal engravers carving delicate designs onto stones, woodworkers building wagon wheels or furniture, things like that. And then there was trade, too. That was part of daily life. The goods had to go somewhere, right? Merchants organized caravans that carried goods between cities and beyond the kingdom's borders. The Hittites conducted commerce via barter and weighted metals. Silver was a common medium of exchange. Also, ingots or rings were used to measure it out. A merchant in Hittite Anatolia could deal in anything from textiles to copper ore. Caravans of donkeys and ox carts laden with goods trudged along the roads, stopping at way stations. One of the earlier chapters of Anatolian history, the Old Assyrian colony period, around about 19th century BCE, had seen Assyrian merchants living in Kanesh, trading tin and textiles for Anatolian silver. By the Hittite Empire period, those trade networks evolved, but continued. Hittites imported tin for bronze, luxury goods, and exported wine, olive oil. They all started flowing in, perhaps a few fine crafted items as well. So a day in the life of a Hittite trader might involve haggling in a market, supervising pack animals, and carefully recording debts on clay tablets. And indeed, merchants could be literate, at least to a certain extent, practicalities concerned. Sometimes they'd hire scribes if they needed big jobs done. They might use metal weights, or coin-like chunks of silver by weight for transactions, since coinage was not quite around yet. Next up we have the soldier. Now, we gotta say with this that there wasn't really a permanent standing army in a modern sense, but there were professional corps troops and a feudal levy system. A Hittite soldier could be a commoner called up from his lands to fight for a season. If he was infantry, his daily life when not campaigning was similar to any farmer's. But when the campaign season was on, he trained and marched with his unit. If he was part of the chariot corps, well, he was an elite warrior, possibly from the noble class or specially trained. Training to be a charioteer involved learning to handle horses. There was a remarkable Hittite text by a horse trainer named Kikuli that details the 184-day training regimen for war horses. Indirectly, it also tells us about the rider's discipline. On a campaign, a soldier's day might start before dawn, packing gear, and marching off with bow, spear, or sword in hand. When not active in war, soldiers participated in royal hunts or served as laborers on building projects. The Hittites placed great emphasis on order and obedience in their military ranks. One tablet of instructions to the royal bodyguard, for example, specifies their duties at night, likely to patrol and keep watch in shifts. Off the battlefield, the warrior's life included guarding border garrisons, perhaps escorting caravans to protect against bandits. It was a duty to the state that many took pride in. Hittite rulers praised loyal soldiers in records. But there was also a spiritual aspect. Before battle, soldiers partook in rituals to secure the gods' favor. And after the battle, they observed the purification, if exposed to bloodshed. That is, Hittites were very concerned about ritual purity. Thus, the soldier's daily regimen blended the physical and the ritual together. And next is a rather unique one, just to finish off this section. The wise woman, or the old woman, Munusugu in Hittite tablets as they call it, who was essentially a professional ritual practitioner and healer. Now, despite the name, she didn't have to be elderly. It was a title for a woman skilled in magic and divination. Her day might be called into action when a household had a misfortune or when someone fell ill in a way thought to be caused by a curse or an evil spell. An old woman would arrive with a kit of ritual paraphernalia, maybe figurines, knotted cords, herbs, and sacrificial animals. She would perform ceremonies. For example, to cure a sick child, she might cut symbolic strings, recite incantations, and transfer the illness into a surrogate object, like a wax figure or a sacrificed animal. If a family was haunted by bad luck, she could conduct a ritual to banish witchcraft, which might involve burning certain, ingredients or hiding protective amulets around the house, this kind of thing. Old women also played major roles in state rituals. They were present at royal funerals and oaths, and kings consulted them for oracles. It is recorded that these old women could, quote, lift the spell from a bewitched army, or ensure that a plague would end by appeasing the gods. Thus, while on an average day, an old woman might be helping quarreling spouses with a domestic charm, on another day she could be leading a purification ritual for the king himself. These women had high status. They were learned in traditions, often literate in ritual texts, and highly respected. Essentially, they formed a guild of female clergy alongside the male priests. A day in their life was far removed from field labor. It was more about mental and spiritual labor. They fasted, they prayed, and they prepared elaborate rites. It just goes to show how work in Hittite society wasn't all manual or commercial. There were other spiritual concerns. Well, I think from these snapshots, we can see that Hittite occupations were quite diverse. Now, but one other interesting aspect is the use of forced or corvée labor for state projects. Hittite kings would draft the villagers to help build fortifications or roads. For example, constructing the great walls of Hattusa or digging ditches required thousands of hands. Tax records showed that communities were expected to send a certain number of laborers periodically. While this was a burden on daily life, it was normalized as part of the duty to the crown. And in exchange, everyone would get fed, so you give a little, you get a little. Alright, just before we go, let's talk a bit more about Hittite religion. We'll do a full video on it, but we can't really go past daily life without that. It's kind of a big deal. Now, the Hittites famously called their land the realm of 1,000 gods. It's kind of going to give you a bit of a hint as to whether or not they were polytheistic. Religion pervaded every aspect of life, not in a separate and pious compartment, but really woven into everyday routines, seasonal activities, and state affairs. To a Hittite, the natural world was alive with divinity. Every river, mountain, forest, and even every household hearth had a spirit or minor god, and they all deserved respect. At the popular level, the Hittites maintained household shrines, or at least sacred objects at home. Excavations in domestic areas have found small clay idols and libation vessels, which were likely used in private worship. A typical family might have a figurine of the storm god, since he was the one who brought the rain for the crops, or the sun goddess, perhaps an ancestral god also called the gods of the father or the mother. These would be honored with small offerings, a bit of beer poured out, a piece of bread, especially at mealtimes or on special occasions, the passage of a loved one from sickness to health, or the birth of a child, or even the completion of a house might prompt a family to sacrifice a small animal like a chicken or a pigeon in thanks, though the text more often mentioned larger state sacrifices. It's logical that in villages minor sacrifices happened too. And then there were dreams. You see, dreams were taken quite seriously. If you had a troubling dream, you might seek a ritual to avert whatever ill it portended. Might go back to that old woman we talked about, Pretty good job for her. Well, conversely, a good dream could be a direct message from the gods, and that's all good news. There's no need to panic in that case. Public worship centered on temples and festivals. Every city and town had temples. Hattusa boasted over 30 of them at its peak, including the huge temple of the storm god in the lower city. These temples were not just religious centers, but also hubs for economic matters. They were the ones who stored the grain and the oil, but they also employed the scribes, the musicians, the craftsmen, and, of course, the priests. Now, speaking of priests, a priest's daily life in a temple involved numerous rituals: morning and evening libations to the deity, care for a cult statue, and tending the sacred fire and oil lamps. Hittite religion was very ritualistic. They believed that properly performed rituals maintained cosmic order and the favor of the gods. There was improperly ones, well, you know what that's like. For example, each day at the temple of the storm god, priests would pour out libations of beer and wine, present bread and meat on the altar, and recite hymns or prayers written on clay tablets. The gods were thought to consume the essence of these offerings, after which the priests and temple staff often got to eat the remaining food. So the temple doubled as kind of a communal kitchen, I suppose, especially during big festivals. Now, what about the pantheon? Well, that was a rich tapestry of Hittite, Hurrian, Hattian, and even Mesopotamian deities. The chief deity was traditionally the storm god of Hatti and his consort, the sun goddess of Arina. But there were literally hundreds more. Gods of the underworld, agricultural gods, war gods, love goddesses, tutelary deities of gates, mountains, You name it, they had it. A common person probably didn't worship all 1,000 individually. That would, well, time would not permit it. But they would focus on a few local and personal patron deities. For instance, a farmer might be particularly devoted to Telepinu, a god of farming and fertility, praying to him for good crops. A soldier might favor the storm god of battle, for victory in war. That was a Teshub or Tarunt. Mothers revered Hanahana, when we had mentioned the mother goddess for protection of children, and so forth. But religion was not exclusive. The same person might make an offering to a river god before a journey, and then sacrifice to a household god at home, and also attend the city festival for the storm god. The Hittites were remarkably inclusive, even syncretistic. They identified foreign gods with their own and often adopted new gods from other cultures, earning them that moniker of the people of 1,000 gods. Well, next up we got festivals. They were quite the highlight of the religious calendar, and indeed, the highlight of the year for most citizens. The Hittite calendar had numerous festival days. Texts refer to 165 festivals in a year. Some big, most kinda small. Some were local village festivals. Others were empire-wide. Among the grandest were these spring festivals, one called Antasum, possibly the Crocus or Spring Festival, and the Puruli Festival, to celebrate spring's triumph over winter. In the fall, they had a harvest or festival of haste, which they likely gave thanks for the crops. And there was a gatehouse festival in autumn as well, whose details are obscure, but might have marked the year's end or purification of the city gates. During these major festivals, normal work stopped or was reduced. People prepared special foods. The gold statues of gods were paraded outside their temples in lavish processions. For example, during a storm god festival, the statue of the deity, a golden or wooden idol, would be taken out on a chariot, accompanied by priests, musicians playing lyres and drums, and perhaps dancers in costume. The whole community gathered to watch and participate. Great feasts were held. Oxen, sheep, and goats were sacrificed in numbers, and everyone got to eat a little bit of protein. Barrels of beer and wine were opened freely. The texts mention music, dance, and even sports contests at these festivals. One can imagine a lively scene, youths competing in foot races or wrestling matches to entertain the crowd and honor the gods, while families picnic on the grassy fields outside the city. For many commoners, the festivals were not only sacred events, but rare opportunities for leisure and celebration. And finally, magic and divination. They were another part of daily life. When confronted with uncertainty, the Hittites turned to oracular methods. They had professional augurs and diviners who could read omens from the flight of birds or the entrails of sacred animals. A clay liver model found in Hattusa shows how priests would inspect a sheep's liver for odd marks, interpreting them as messages from the gods. For commoners, perhaps a simpler form of divination was used, tossing bread or observing the behavior of sacred birds kept at temples. The outcome of such divinations could directly affect the daily plans, i.e. someone would say, well, the omens say it's unlucky to plant today, so I suppose we'll just wait until tomorrow. It's a very interesting way of getting yourself out of work for the day, isn't it? Well, the Hittite belief in dreams as omens we mentioned meant that if a person had a vivid or disturbing one, they might go to a temple and report it to get a priest's interpretation. In some recorded cases, kings had dreams that they thought were communications from gods and adjusted their policies accordingly. We can be sure villagers likewise paid heed to such things, attributing a nightmare perhaps to an angry ancestor or a god requiring just that little bit more attention. Sargon. Legend has it that he was a common cupbearer, who rose from those humble origins and seized power. He managed to conquer the many city-states of Mesopotamia, uniting Sumer in the south and Akkad in the north. And the jewel of this new empire was the city of Akkad. For the first time, people from different cities and cultures found themselves under one political roof. This unification didn't come without challenges, though. Wars of conquest, subsequent rebellions, but also periods of stability and economic growth. Trade routes expanded, local conflicts diminished under the imperial army's watch, and a shared imperial culture began to form. It was within this context that men and women across Mesopotamia continued their daily work, their traditions, and a very normal life. And that very normal existence is what we're here to talk about. Daily life in Akkad under Sargon, the great conqueror. And so if you'll spend the next hour with me, we can have a look into those very normal lives of normal people and understand what things look like on the ground. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. Hello to everyone. And I'd like to once again thank those keeping everything ad-free by supporting on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and the occasional donation. Thank you very much. Links are available in description and pinned comment. Otherwise, just give us a like, comment, and subscribe as it pushes us out in the algorithm and helps the channel in ways that you could scarcely imagine. All right, well, introductions out of the way, let's get right to it. Life in the city of Akkad. So here we stand, at the heart of Sargon's empire, around 4,300 years ago. The city of Akkad, or perhaps Agade, as it's also called, was a bustling urban center, the pure symbol of a new age. Ancient descriptions praise Akkad's splendor, its temples with its offerings, and its docks crowded with ships from distant lands. Although the city's ruins remain undiscovered, we know it was centrally located, likely on the Euphrates, and became a magnet for goods and people across the realm. The place to be. At Akkad's core stood the royal palace and grand temple of Ishtar. Sargon's palace was a sprawling mud-brick complex where government officials, scribes, and soldiers worked and lived. The king's daily audiences and administrative meetings took place there. It was also a logistical hub. One text boasts that 5,400 men ate bread daily at Sargon's table. Supporting so many people required a steady stream of provisions. Caravans and riverboats constantly arrived with tax grain, livestock, and craft goods from all corners of the empire, all stored in Akkad's great granaries and warehouses. The temple of Ishtar in Akkad was equally prominent. Sargon revered Ishtar, the goddess of love and war, as his divine patron, crediting her for his victories. He built a magnificent temple called the Ulmash for her in Akkad. And each day at this temple, priests and priestesses performed rituals on behalf of the city. At dawn, they washed the goddess's statue and dressed it in fine garments, presented offerings of bread, beer, and incense, singing hymns of praise. Citizens of Akkad would stop by the temple to say prayers or give small offerings. A fisherman might bring a portion of his catch in thanks. A merchant might light a bit of incense, asking for Ishtar's blessing in business. Ishtar's festivals were celebrated with special pomp. During holy days, the temple organized processions through the city streets, carrying Ishtar's idol adorned with gold. Ordinary people crowded the avenues to catch a glimpse and join the celebration with music and dancing. Beyond the palace and temple, though, Akkad's streets bustled with commerce. As Sargon's conquests opened new trade routes, exotic products flowed into Akkad. According to one later account, Sargon's victories meant that, quote, the ships of Melua, Magan, and Dilum docked at Akkad. So in practical terms, this shows that goods from the Indus Valley, the Gulf region, and Bahrain, such as hardwood timbers, copper ore, precious stones like lapis lazuli, and spices, found their way to the markets of Akkad. Local artisans in the city's workshops eagerly transformed these materials into fine wares. Jewelers crafted intricate gold and lapis jewelry. Bronze smiths cast tools and weapons. Weavers turned sheep wool into textiles, including the prestigious patterned cloth that Mesopotamia exported abroad. Every morning the marketplace of Akkad would come alive. Rows of stalls with potters selling storage jars, bakers offering fresh flatbreads, scribes for hire writing letters or contracts, and traders from abroad speaking a mix of tongues as they bargained. The air was rich with the scent of baking bread, the mixed spices, the smoke of the bronze forges. Unmistakable, the smell of Akkad, the smell of a city and an empire, cosmopolitan and unprecedented in Mesopotamia at that time. But despite being an imperial city, daily urban life in Akkad would feel familiar to any Mesopotamian city dweller. Most residents lived in one-story mud brick houses crowded along the narrow lanes radiating out from the city center. Houses were built around small courtyards. They provided light and ventilation. In the late afternoon, one might see women sprinkling water to cool the dusty courtyard ground, and men returning from workshops or fields outside the city. As dusk fell, families lit small oil lamps. The sounds of the busy city gave way to domestic noise, the laughter of children, the lullabies being sung, and perhaps a melody from a lyre as neighbors relaxed on their rooftops. That's Akkad, a city within a new imperial mission. But it was also a place where everyday life went on in the ways it always did. One household and one street at a time. So let's look under the hood and get a bit more detail. Now, under Sargon, Mesopotamian society remained stratified into social classes, though the empire created new opportunities and a few disruptions within that structure. Let me explain. At the top of the pyramid, or perhaps the ziggurat, if we're going to use more Mesopotamian terms, stood the king and his family. Sargon himself was the absolute authority. He was often styled King of Kish, a title carrying prestige, and later King of the Four Quarters of the World, in addition to King of Sumer and Akkad. He was not worshipped as a god, though. That innovation came later with his grandson Naram-Sin, but he was chosen by the gods to rule. Sargon's family members held key positions. His sons became governors and generals, and his daughters were appointed priestesses of important deities. The most famous is Enheduanna, Sargon's daughter, whom he installed as the high priestess of the moon god Nanna in the city of Ur. Enheduanna wielded considerable power by overseeing Ur's vast temple economic network and uniting the empire's religious ideologies. She composed hymns that praised the goddess Inanna or Ishtar, and in doing so, fused Sumerian and Akkadian spiritual traditions. Through such placements, Sargon's family helped solidify imperial control, and also contributed to a shared cultural identity across the empire. Now, beneath the royal family, a class of high officials, regional governors, and temple priests formed the upper echelons of society. Many were Akkadian nobles, or Sargon's comrades in arms rewarded with land and office. Others were co-opted elites from conquered Sumerian cities. These officials managed provinces, collected taxes, and kept order. A governor in Sargon's empire, often called an ensi or sakanaku, would live in a local palace, administer justice, and dispense regular tribute and reports to the king. The lifestyle was pretty comfortable, at least for the time. They had estates, servants, better clothes. Temple priests and priestesses also enjoyed high status. Major temples controlled large tracts of land and hundreds of workers, making the chief priests significant economic and political players. They also ran schools, oversaw craft workshops, and acted as ideological spokespeople for the regime. For instance, by integrating praise of Sargon into temple liturgies. Just sneak a little bit of that in there. On a daily basis, a high priest might start the morning leading worship, spend midday checking the temple's storehouse inventories, and later meet with the city governor on civic matters, thus functioning as both spiritual leader and an administrator. One prestigious segment of the upper class was the scribes and scholarly class. Scribes were indispensable for running the empire's bureaucracy. They kept administrative records, tracked crop yields, laborers and tax deliveries, and also drafted letters and decrees. Because cuneiform writing was complex and mastered by relatively few, literate scribes held a special position of respect. Basically, the smart guys in society. Same in Egypt. Well, in Egypt you had the different, right? You had demotic and you had the hieroglyphic, and the hieroglyphic was more ceremonial, but we're not going to go into that. Well, many scribes in Sargon's time were also bilingual, fluent in the traditional Sumerian language of learning and the Akkadian language of the new administration. They staffed the central and provincial offices. For example, a scribe in Akkad's palace might spend the day recording distributions of grain to soldiers, writing orders to a distant governor about the canal repairs, and copying royal inscriptions onto clay cylinders to be buried in the new building foundations. Every major temple and government bureau had its own cadre of scribes. Their work quietly knit the empire together by maintaining communication and consistency. Education to become a scribe was rigorous. Years of schooling in tablet writing. And those who succeeded were justly quite proud. They sometimes signed their names on documents, a little mark of personal achievement. Then we got the merchant and artisan class. They also experienced prosperity under Sargon's rule. With long-distance trade booming, successful merchants could become quite wealthy. An enterprising merchant might own caravans of donkeys or boats and form partnerships to import valuable goods. For instance, merchants of Akkad handled the distribution of timber from the Lebanon mountains, or tin from the east, which were essential for building and bronze making. Can't get bronze without tin, that's for sure. They operated within the law set by the king, who sometimes regulated prices or issued standardized weights. But generally they could profit from the empire's enlarged markets. Skilled artisans, bronze casters, boat builders, leather workers, weavers, and others were in high demand to support both everyday needs and the grand projects of the state. Many artisans were employed directly by the palace or temple workshops. A team of boat builders in Akkad might be tasked by royal order to construct a fleet of riverboats to carry troops or grain. Temple weavers in Uruk could be charged with producing fine cloth for export. These workers received rations or wages that could depend on steady work. In their neighborhoods after work, they likely formed guild-like communities based on trade, passing their craft and employment to their children. But the vast majority of the population were common farmers and laborers, forming the lower class. I don't like that term. I don't know why. I know it is a term, but I don't like the term lower class and upper class. It just sounds a bit distasteful to me. Anyway, most families lived by farming small plots of grain, tending date palm groves, or herding livestock. In Sargon's empire, much of the land technically belonged to the state or temples. so many farmers were tenant cultivators. They kept a portion of the harvest for themselves, and turned over a fixed share as tax or rent. A farming family's daily life revolved around the seasons, ploughing and sowing in the cooler months, and careful irrigation and weeding as the crops grew, and then, when harvest time came, an intense flurry of work. When the barley was ripe, neighbors often helped each other reap the fields quickly. And overseers from the temple or state were present too, to make sure that the required amount was gathered for tax, of course. After the harvest, there might be a communal feast or a local festival, a brief respite before the cycle would begin anew. Outside of field work, commoners might be called for corvée labor on state projects, such as digging canals or hauling stones for a new temple. For a few weeks a year, a village man might leave his farm to join a work gang under a foreman, receiving grain rations for his effort. The system was an obligation, essentially a labor tax, but it also meant villagers got improvements like well-maintained irrigation in return, so, it is what it is. Then there were slaves. They were right at the bottom of that pyramid. Or ziggurat, you know what I mean. Well, in Sargon's time, slavery existed, but it was not the dominant labor system, that's for sure. It was often the fate of war captives or those who fell into unpayable debt. Sargon's conquests would have yielded many prisoners, I assume. These captives were distributed as slaves to temples, palaces, or sold in markets. A slave in an urban household might do domestic chores, grinding grain, fetching water, or tending the master's children. In temples, slaves performed work ranging from gardening and herding temple flocks to accounting if they were educated and other tasks. Slaves in fields labored alongside free farmers but had no independent rights. However, Mesopotamian law and custom did allow some avenues for freedom. A diligent slave might be able to save up a bit of money through tips or extra work to buy his freedom. Or a master could free a slave as an act of piety, or if the slave had earned a bit of favor. It was also common for slaves to be formally adopted into a family after long years of service, effectively freeing them. The empire did not significantly change the conditions of slavery, but with more warfare under Sargon, the number of foreign slaves in Mesopotamia likely increased quite a lot. But one notable feature of Sargon's reign was a degree of social mobility. Limited social mobility, sure, but real. Everything has to go up in its own way, right? We can't take big steps. Sargon himself exemplified upward mobility by rising from commoner to king, and he surrounded himself with talented individuals regardless of their origin. There are records of people of humble birth becoming important officials or wealthy traders. For example, a tablet might note a man with a non-elite name who becomes an overseer of royal granaries due to his skill, or a woman tavern keeper who manages to accumulate enough wealth to lend to others, a profession historically exemplified by the legendary Queen Kubaba of Kish long before. While the traditional hierarchy remained, with the wealthy and well-born enjoying privileges, the empire's vast scale created new roles that energetic people could fill. Thus, a young man with ambition might seek a career in the army or bureaucracy as a path out of subsistence farming. A degree of mixing between Akkadians and Sumerians also occurred in officialdom and city life, slowly blending these populations. So over time, serving the empire became a source of identity and pride, and that cut across the old city-state divisions. I suppose in that sense, Sargon's societal legacy was not only the preservation of a class system, but also the knitting together of many communities into a more connected social fabric than ever before. But of course, amid the imperial structure, family life remained the bedrock of society. And whether you lived in an apartment in the city, and yes, that is the correct terminology, or outside in a country cottage, daily routines centered on the household. A typical family had a father, mother, children, and sometimes extended kin, such as an elderly or parent or widowed aunt who all lived together. The authority within the home was generally patriarchal, and the father was considered the head of the family. But that doesn't mean women didn't play crucial roles in managing the home's economy, and of course they were respected for their contributions too. Houses in this period were built practically in the hot climate. In cities, homes stood wall to wall in winding streets usually constructed from mud bricks plastered with mud or lime. Now, many of them were actually two-story houses, but that's if the family was prosperous. For all the others, it would be one story. A common layout was rooms arranged in a central courtyard. The courtyard was the main living and working space of the home, open to the sky to catch any breeze. Here the family cooked meals over a hearth, children played with parents, and, well, daily household work like grinding grain or spinning wool would take place, especially in the shade of the morning or late afternoon. The midday sun was not pleasant, to say the least. Rooms around the courtyard served as bedrooms or storage. They were largely windowless to keep out heat and dust, lit instead by the courtyard and oil lamps. Flat roofs made of palm trunks and reeds overlaid with mud could be accessed. Families often slept on the roof on especially hot nights or dried laundry and produce there. Privacy was valued. Most houses had a single stout door to the street, often painted or adorned with a protective symbol. It was customary to paint the door frame red or hang a charm. For example, a small clay figure of protective household gods to ward off evil from entering the home. The rhythm of the day for the family was tied to sunlight and work needs. At dawn, households stirred. Women lit the fires at the hearth and ground barley into flour using grindstones, a pretty laborious task, where they knelt and pushed a heavy stone over grain on a stone slab. With the flour, they baked fresh bread, shaped into flat rounds and slapped onto the sides of a clay oven or cooked on a griddle. A simple breakfast of bread with dates or a bit of cheese might be eaten quite early. Men often left after sunrise to get to their work. Farmers went out to their fields or orchards, craftsmen to their workshops, officials to their offices. In many families, the older boys accompanied their fathers to learn trade or help in labor, while the mother and daughters stayed behind to manage the domestic affairs. A woman's daily work was demanding but essential. They tended to infants and young children, fetched water from the well or river, and did the spinning and weaving needed to clothe the family. A woman would spin wool into yarn using a spindle and distaff as she walked or sat in the courtyard, a repetitive activity that Mesopotamian women had done for thousands of years already. Weaving was done on a simple upright loom, producing cloth for garments and household use. Women also made beer at home by fermenting barley bread in water. Brewing was considered a domestic craft, and also done professionally by women tavern keepers, but that's another story. In addition, mothers were in charge of teaching young children basic skills and etiquette. By the age of 4 or 5, children were given small responsibilities. A daughter might help wash vegetables or tend a baby sibling. The son might learn to feed the goats, or help his father mix mud for bricks if they were doing a bit of repairs on the home. Children in Mesopotamia were cherished, and parents took care to protect them in a world with high infant mortality. They used endearments and had toys for play. Archaeologists have even found little clay dolls, miniature furniture, and animal figurines on wheels and rattles, evidence of loving focus on children's play and development. A mother might tell her children stories or sing songs while working, passing on the cultural lore. By the time boys were around 8 or 9, their path diverged based on their social status. The son of a craftsman or a farmer would increasingly participate in these labors, while the son of an elite might be sent to a tablet school to train as a scribe. Formal education was mostly reserved for the upper-class boys. In these schools, often attached to temples, they spent long hours copying cuneiform signs on clay and memorizing literature and mathematics. Discipline was strict. Later records speak of teachers using rods to keep pupils diligent, suggesting that even in Sargon's time, a schoolboy had to mind his behavior or face a tutor's wrath. Girls did not attend formal school, but some learned to read and write at home, especially if they were a scribal or royal family. Generally, a girl's education was in the domestic arts. By watching and helping their mothers, they learned cooking, weaving, and managing the budget. By their early teens, most girls were considered ready for marriage. And speaking of marriage, that was certainly a pivotal event, arranged by families to ensure social and economic stability. When a young woman married, often around 15 to 17 years old, she moved to her husband's household, which could be in the same town or maybe even in a distant city. A contract was drawn up specifying the bride's dowry, property or goods her family gave, that is, and the bride price, gifts from the groom's family to the bride's family, and the couple would be blessed in the eyes of the gods. Married life for a woman involved childbearing and raising of the children, sometimes seen as both a duty and also a source of pride. Childbirth, however, was a dangerous time. Women often invoked the goddess Gula and other protective deities to safeguard the mother and child. Midwives assisted with deliveries, and healing rituals too were done using herbs and prayers. They were common to help with the pains and perils of labor, whether in practical or psychological terms. In the evenings, after a day's toil, the family would reconvene. The main meal would be eaten around sunset. A typical dinner in an ordinary home might be a thick stew of lentils or beans cooked with onions, garlic, and herbs, perhaps served with flatbreads. If available, they might add a little meat, perhaps mutton or goat from a recent temple sacrifice or a bit of salted fish. Family members sat on mats around a large bowl, using pieces of bread as scoops to dig into the stew. It was a communal and intimate way to eat. They gave a small portion of their meal first to the household gods, simply placing a bit of food and a pour of beer on a small clay altar in the house, a gesture of thanks. During and after dinner, conversation and storytelling were important entertainments. You see, without written books for most, oral tales were how history and culture were passed on. A grandfather might recount the epic deeds of an ancient king or hero, the story of Gilgamesh, or tales of how the gods created the world. Or a grandmother might tell a fable about clever animals to teach a moral lesson to the young ones. Music was another favorite pastime. Many Mesopotamian households had simple instruments like flutes, lyres, or drums. Family members would sing songs, some lullabies, some work tunes remembered from the fields, others hymns or festive tunes. When a traveler or a neighbor brought news, the family listened eagerly. In a world without mass media, news spread person to person, and was often relayed in the form of a lively narrative. For the wealthier families, evenings could include hired entertainment or larger gatherings. A well-off merchant might invite friends for a banquet with musicians and a professional storyteller or dancer. You could make your living doing that, too. But for the majority, nightfall meant quiet family time. Lamps fueled with sesame oil would be lit and eventually extinguished as the children dozed off. Maybe the parents had discussed the tasks of the next day, or argue over small domestic worries, the health of the livestock, that leak in the roof. Likely they also offered prayers together, thanking the gods for the day's success, or simply for the peace of their home amid an ever-changing world. Normal life, just as we promised. But what remained constant was the solace of family and the small joys of home, a pattern of life that even the birth of an empire could not alter. Daily work in the Mesopotamia of Sargon's time was a source of the empire's wealth, and ultimately the backdrop of most people's lives. The economy was still fundamentally agrarian. Farming was the occupation of the majority, but craft production and trade grew in importance under imperial rule. The Akkadian Empire introduced a new scale of coordination. Resources could be mobilized across great distances, and specialization was encouraged to meet the needs of state and market. Yet on the ground, farmers still plowed with oxen, and potters still turned their wheels, much as they had for centuries before. Of course, the base of the pyramid is agriculture. A saying from Mesopotamia went, "Food is life, the rest is luxury." The rich alluvium of the Tigris-Euphrates plain, when irrigated, yielded ample grain to support cities and armies. Farmers lived in villages or on estates near their fields. On a typical day, a farmer and his sons led a plow team at first light. A wooden plow cutting rows into soft, damp earth of the early spring. At least you'd hope it was soft. Behind them, another family member might scatter seeds of barley into the furrows. Later in the season, water from canals had to be channeled to the growing crops. Canals were often communal property. Villagers worked together to dredge them and patch leaks. An imperial official or local steward from the temple might supervise these works, ensuring that upstream and downstream communities shared water fairly. At least that was the theory. Sargon's reign likely saw improved canal maintenance, as a stable central authority could invest in large-scale irrigation projects and enforce cooperation across city boundaries. At harvest time, usually in the spring, around April, in that time of the world, that part of the world rather, the entire community turned out to reap the fields. Men and women worked side by side using sickles made of sharpened flint or bronze to cut golden stalks of barley. There was a sense of urgency. The ripened grain had to be collected quickly before any rain or wind could ruin it. The cut stalks were bundled and carried to a threshing floor. There oxen dragged threshing sledges over them, cracking the grain free from the husk and straw. Workers then tossed the mixture of it into the air with winnowing baskets so the chaff blew away on the breeze, leaving the heavier grains to fall to the ground. By sunset, piles of barley would be heaped up and measured. The farmer kept a portion of his family's consumption and for the next year's seed. Another substantial portion was claimed as a tax or rent by the authorities. Unfortunately, as soon as they set up civilization, they're going to start bloody taxing you. I know. The finger thing means the taxes. Anyway, clay tablet receipts, would be made for these. For example, the farmer of a village would deliver 30 gur of barley to the storehouse for the king in the month of harvest, and that would be reflected on the receipt, a record to ensure quotas were met. The grain due to the state was loaded onto boats or carts and sent to central granaries. While heavy taxes were burdensome, farmers also benefited from the empire's protection. In earlier times, harvests were often jeopardized by raiding neighbors or bandits, whereas Sargon's soldiers patrolled the land to deter such threats. This relative security may have improved average yields and allowed farmers to expand cultivation to new lands opened by the empire. But aside from grain, farmers cultivated vegetables and fruits in garden plots. And they also kept livestock. Date palm orchards were common. Dates were both a food and could be fermented into date wine or syrup. Vegetable gardens produced onions, garlic, cucumbers, beans, and lettuce, and often irrigated by hand using water-lifting devices or simple ditches. Herding was also integrated. Shepherds grazed flocks of sheep and goats on fallow fields or the edges of the desert. Sheep provided wool, the main textile fiber, and goats provided milk. As for cattle, they were more valuable. They were used as draft animals and rarely slaughtered for meat except on special occasions. The empire sometimes requisitioned cattle and donkeys from villages to support its building projects or army transport, but it likely also distributed breeding animals to increase stock across the land. Overall, under Sargon, agriculture remained a communal and traditional affair in method, but the presence of imperial oversight introduced schedules and record-keeping on a larger scale. For instance, imperial scribes established standard weights and measures for grain, so a shekel or mina of grain was the same everywhere, which helped in fairly assessing and redistributing food supplies. In cities and larger towns, craft production was highly developed. Sargon's administration famously took craftsmen from various cities and brought them to Akkad to work for the state. This could be seen as an early form of state-sponsored industry, I suppose. It pretty much is. For example, Akkad became a center for making bronze weapons and tools for the royal armies and projects. Metal workers who traditionally worked in smaller guilds might find themselves laboring in a royal workshop, forging dozens of axe heads or spear points in a batch, supervised by a palace overseer. The empire also had building programs, constructing temples, palaces, defensive walls, and that required carpenters, masons, and engineers. These specialists were often drawn from the empire and set to work together. A day in the life of a builder on Sargon's team could involve molding and firing hundreds of mud bricks, inscribed with Sargon's name as was customary, and then using a human chain to pass them up scaffolds for placing in a new temple wall. They were paid in rations, and occasionally in silver, but most of the time they'd get like beer and onions, this kind of thing. Well, textile production was one of the most significant industries. Huge weaving workshops existed, often under temple administration, where many workers, particularly women, spun and wove cloth. Sargon's reign didn't change the techniques for weaving, but it likely increased the scale. The empire needed cloth for uniforms, for trade export, and for tribute to gods and foreign dignitaries. A record from later in the dynasty mentions hundreds of women working as weavers in a single establishment. In their daily routine, each woman had a quota of yarn to spin or cloth to weave. They labored from morning until evening, with a midday break, standing at large looms or sitting and spinning. Supervisors kept tallies of output, and quality control was important. Poorly made cloth could be rejected, and the weaver penalized by docked rations, so he had to be careful. While this work was tedious, it provided stable sustenance for many families, and skilled weavers could take pride in producing fine garments. Indeed, beautifully patterned woolen textiles from Mesopotamia were highly valued abroad. Trade and commerce under Sargon's empire reached new heights. By unifying Mesopotamia and subduing neighboring regions, Sargon effectively created a vast free trade zone from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean. Merchants could travel far under the protection of the imperial authority and use a relatively uniform set of weights, measures, and regulations. This encouraged long-distance caravans. For instance, merchants from Akkad traveled north and west to the forests of Syria to obtain cedar wood, and to the Anatolian highlands to trade silver and tin. They journeyed east over the Zagros Mountains to Elam in modern Iran for precious stones and metals, and south to Delam, modern Bahrain, and Magan, modern Oman by sea, for copper and other goods. Sargon himself is said to have washed his weapons in the sea after reaching the Mediterranean, symbolically opening that route, and he stationed garrisons along key trade routes to secure them. The impact on daily life was that Mesopotamia became more affluent and ultimately more cosmopolitan. In the local towns, market days were lively with traders bringing in foreign wares. One might find a table of lapis lazuli beads from beyond the eastern mountains, or jars of fragrant cedar oil from Lebanon alongside the everyday fish, grain, and pottery. Most transactions for common people were still done by barter. A basket of dates might be exchanged for a jug of beer or a length of cloth. For larger transactions, they used silver by weight as currency. Weights were standardized, and a certain weight of silver, the shekel, became the unit of value for reckoning prices. For example, a cow might be worth, 30 shekels of silver. A day laborer might earn a few shekels worth of barley per month. Since there were no coins yet, people carried small pieces of silver or even silver rings that could be weighed on the spot to pay for goods. It's notable that the Akkadian word for freedom, amargi, literally meant return to mother, but it was also used in context of debt forgiveness, indicating that economic entanglements were a main cause of loss of freedom, i.e., debt slaves. Periodically, rulers, including Sargon's successors, proclaimed debt cancellations to relieve the commoners' burdens. Sargon himself claimed to have made all the people of Akkad rest from their burdens in one inscription, which might imply that he took measures to prevent overtaxation or hardship uprisings. In any case, for most workers, whether ploughing or boat rowing or bricklaying, beer was part of their economy. They were often paid in beer rations, in addition to bread and oil. Beer was liquid sustenance that kept laborers hydrated and nourished through long hours. Employers, be it state or temple, had to keep the workforce content, so ensuring the beer supply was a serious business. In a way, the flow of barley into breweries and then to workers' mugs was the fuel for the empire's many projects. So, we can say that daily work under Sargon was a mix of the traditional but scaled up. Peasants in a field might still chant the same harvest songs their ancestors did, but now a percentage of their crop fed the distant Akkadian officials or soldiers. Artisans still crafted by hand, and some did so in the service of royal workshops, turning out unprecedented quantities of goods. Merchants still bargained with that old shrewdness and endured the risks of travel, but under the wing of an empire they could venture farther and deal in greater volume. A little bit more safety. The empire's administration kept a close eye on economic life. With clay tablets and seals, they tracked the movement of everything from livestock herds to shipments of lumber. Yet these bureaucratic activities were built upon the backs of ordinary laborers, doing the ordinary tasks. It was the productivity and cooperation of these countless individuals that really built Sargon's empire. The people of Akkadian Mesopotamia ate a diet dictated by the land's bounty. That's grains, vegetables, and of course the beer that we mentioned. But meat and a few other luxury foods were reserved for the special occasions or the wealthy. In terms of daily meals, they were pretty simple, but they were hearty, surprisingly balanced for the time, providing nourishment needed for a labor-intensive lifestyle. After all, they're not building those ziggurats on an empty stomach, I can tell you that much. The chief food, of course, was bread. No surprises there. Made mostly from barley flour. Barley was the dominant crop, more tolerant of Mesopotamia's soil and climate than wheat, and was used for both bread and brewing. Every morning in households across the empire, women ground barley on stone mills and baked flatbreads on clay griddles, or in small dome-shaped ovens. Bread was eaten at all times of the day. A traveller might carry a few flatbreads as portable rations, and a worker would have bread with each meal. I have bread with each meal, pretty much. Just a little bit. I just rip off a bit of the ciabatta, you know what I mean. There were different types of bread, too. There were flat, soft breads for wraps and thicker, leavened loaves that could be sliced. Flour could also be mixed with water, milk, or beer to make a sort of porridge, often eaten for breakfast by children or the elderly who had difficulty chewing bread, which was, well, it's not the soft bread we're used to. But I like the harder bread. Maybe I'm Mesopotamian at heart, who knows? Well, beer was the primary drink, as we've mentioned, but it's not as you think it is. Don't think of it like in the modern sense. It was typically brewed from sprouted barley grain and then baked into bread loaves, and then crumbled and fermented in water. The result was a thick, cloudy brew, more of a malty ale, or even a gruel by modern standards. It was often flavored with ingredients like date syrup or spices. People drank beer communally out of large ceramic jars using long reed straws. The straw acted as a filler to strain out husks and sediment. Fresks and art often depict multiple people sipping from one big vessel, whether in a tavern or at a family meal. Beer was considered a nutritious, liquid bread, and was typically valued so highly that workers and soldiers were partly paid in daily beer rations. I mean, they would have spent the money if they had it on beer anyway, right? A typical ration could be around 1 liter or 2 of beer per person a day. There were grades of beer, too. A basic workman's brew and a finer, more potent beer for the elite. Of course, intoxication happened, though in moderation beer's alcohol content was pretty low. Importantly, beer was safer to drink than any river water which might carry diseases. The fermentation process helped purify it. Even children drank a diluted form of beer on occasion, though they more commonly had water or milk. Vegetables or legumes provided vital nutrients. Common vegetables included onions, garlic, leeks, cucumbers, radishes, lettuce, and various forms of beans and peas. Onions and garlic were especially beloved. Mesopotamian recipes, recorded in later cuneiform tablets, show generous use of these aromatics to flavor stews and broths. A simple meal might consist of bread and a raw onion for a punch of flavor, accompanied by beer. Legumes like lentils, chickpeas, and beans were boiled into soups and stews, often with garlic and leeks, making a protein-rich dish that was substituted for meat. These thick legume stews eaten with bread were a staple dinner for many families. Fruits added a bit of sweetness to the diet, too. The most prevalent was the date from the ubiquitous date palms. Dates were eaten fresh in season and dried for storage. They were so sugary and nourishing that they often took the place of honey or sugar itself, neither of which were produced in great quantity. Date syrup, made by boiling down dates, was used to sweeten cakes and breads or to ferment into date wine. Other fruits known when enjoyed were figs, apples, grapes, pomegranates, melons, and apricots. But these were mostly seasonal treats or luxury items, especially fruits like grapes or pomegranates, which grew better in more temperate or upland regions. Wealthy households might have imported dried figs or raisins. The appearance of new fruits in markets, for instance, a merchant bringing unfamiliar varieties from abroad, was one subtle effect of Sargon's empire being connected to far-flung lands. However, for ordinary folk, a treat might simply be some crushed dates in their porridge, or a handful of figs, if they could get them. Now, we have mentioned that meat was not typically a part of a daily diet for commoners. It doesn't mean they never had it, it's just it wasn't the normal fare. You see, it was expensive to raise animals primarily for meat. Herds were more valuable for their secondary products, like milk, wool, and labor. Remember how we mentioned the cows, you need them to plow the fields, right? Nonetheless, people did eat meat occasionally. Now, fish, you're not going to get much field plowing out of them, so that was the most common daily protein when accessible. Not to say it was always daily. The rivers and canals teemed with fish, and fishing was an important job for many living near the water. Fish like carp and catfish were either grilled fresh or sun-dried and salted for preservation. Dried fish could be traded inland, and was a staple for those far from rivers, albeit in a rather pungent form. You wouldn't have me going near that. As for the livestock, sheep and goats provided meat in the form of mutton, and goat when an animal was too old, or during festival sacrifices, they would convert them into their food form. Goat meat stewed with vegetables or roast mutton were probably more festival fare or consumed by the better off on a semi-regular basis. But the real rarity was the beef. That was hard to get. They were precious as draft animals, so slaughtering one of them was pretty significant. Usually associated with a religious sacrifice or a royal feast, something like that. Now, pigs were raised by some farmers and provided pork, but pig keeping was less common in Mesopotamia than sheep or goats, possibly due to cultural preferences and the pig's need for water. Still, archaeological evidence shows pig bones in some sites, indicating that pork was eaten, at least in certain communities or by lower classes. Pigs are cheap to feed household scraps. Now, in practice, much of the population got animal protein indirectly from dairy and occasional meat in temple distributions. Temples regularly performed animal sacrifices. For example, a temple of Enlil might sacrifice a bull or several sheep in a ritual. After offering the gods a symbolic portion, usually burning the fat or certain organs on the altar, the remaining meat was cooked and divided among priests, and often given to the poor of the city. Thus, a poorer citizen might taste meat mostly at public religious feasts or New Year festivals, when the temple slaughtered en masse or shared the bounty around. It was on those days that even a laborer might enjoy a skewer of roast lamb or a bit of mutton stew labeled out in the temple courtyard, alongside plenty of beer, of course. Dairy products really were a part of the regular diet. Cows, goats, and sheep were milked. Because fresh milk spoils quickly in the heat, it was often processed into yogurt, cheese, and butter. Goats' and sheep's milk yielded soft cheeses, similar to today's feta, that were lightly salted to preserve them. Butter was made, but more typically clarified into a shelf-stable form similar to ghee. People used butter or rendered animal fat for cooking when available. Although vegetable oil from sesame seeds was more common for the wealthy and for certain dishes, children were frequently given milk or yogurt. One Sumerian proverb claims that eating yogurt and bread brings happiness, showing that these daily staples were quite appreciated. And by the way, we've got some decent insight into Mesopotamian cuisine from later recipe tablets. Now, it dates a few centuries after Sargon, but not much would have changed. Likely quite similar. They describe dishes like meat stews enriched with beer and wine, thickened with barley flour, seasoned with cumin, coriander, mint, garlic, and leeks. Now, this tells us that those who could afford variety did spice their food and enjoyed some complex flavors. A nobleman's dinner in Akkad might include, for example, a roasted kid. That's a young goat, by the way, not a child. Just thought I'd see if you're paying attention. With a bit of sauce of yogurt and herbs, or a pigeon stew with leeks and garlic. The average person's fare was a bit plainer. They might even flavor soups with herbs they could grow, like coriander or mustard greens. Occasionally they might indulge in something sweetened by dates or a rare spice from the marketplace. I don't know, special occasions. Now, meals were family or community events. At home, people sat together on mats around that communal bowl or pot. But in the smaller homes without tables, the floor, covered in reed mats, would serve as both a seat and a table. They used bread as both the plate, as we mentioned, and broths or thin soups were sipped directly or with spoons carved from wood or fashioned from baked clay. We found a few of these around in the archaeological digs. In wealthier households, low tables or stools might be used, and metal bowls and cups brought out for serving. We know from artwork that even grand banquets kept the practice of communal eating and drinking. For instance, the famous Standard of Ur, a mosaic from Sargon's era or therearound, shows an elite banquet with seated figures, drinking from cups and a singer playing the lyre. Now it's an image likely reflective of Sargonic times too. But of course, you could always just go to the tavern. They were an important part of food culture in the cities. These were establishments, often ran by women, by the way, where anyone could stop in for a bowl of beer. Remember that the beer is that gruely sort of stuff, and a simple meal of bread, stew, or porridge. Nothing too fancy. But sometimes you just don't feel like cooking. A thirsty laborer finishing work might spend a small copper shard or a measure of grain to get some beer ladled out from a large clay vat. Taverns were hubs of socializing, too. You'd go there and hear the latest gossip or news, play some games, like dice or some board games, or hire the services of a cook to prepare a quick dish. Some taverns doubled as inns for travelers, providing a place to eat and sleep for a night. Of course, you had to pay for that too, but, it is what it is. Authorities would keep an eye on taverns, because deals and conspiracies could brew along with the beer. For example, there are laws from later periods forbidding tavern owners from overcharging or allowing seditious talk. In Sargon's day, they likely served as an informal men's club of the neighborhood each evening, even though they were run by women. But the clientele were mainly men. The great city of Uruk, formidable mud brick walls, and temple towers that dominate the skyline. It is the early Bronze Age, around the 3rd millennium, and Uruk is at the height of its glory. This Sumerian metropolis, often hailed as the world's first true city, bustles to life at dawn. In its golden age, Uruk may have been home to some 50,000 inhabitants, a population unheard of in its day. And you can almost hear the city waking. Close your eyes and imagine those roosters crowing, livestock stirring in their pens. But our video is about those people beginning their daily routines. What was it like for the ordinary person of Uruk in this era? We'll talk about the typical day of Uruk at its zenith. Of course, we're going to use a bit of imaginative license to tell a bit of a story on this one, but it's all based on archaeology and historical record. Of course, we don't have the stories of individuals, but what we do have is a pretty good picture of what the average person would have been doing from day to day, and that's how we're going to approach a video like this. It's history at the very grassroots levels. It's not about big battles. It's not about kings or soldiers, queens. It's just about farmers, laborers, and everyone in between. People just like you and me, albeit 5,000 years in the past. So, let's spend the next hour together, and we can learn about life in Bronze Age Uruk. Allow me first to welcome you to the channel. If you are new here, good to meet you. For those coming back, good to see you again. Now, you will have no ads in this video or any other videos on this channel, an immense point of personal pride in our ad-infected modern culture. Perhaps this is a nice little escape for you. In any case, we can do this because we are funded by the crowd on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation through PayPal and Super Thanks on YouTube, and also the merch store. But what really helps us out is that little kick up in the algorithm. A comment, a like, subscribe, hitting the hype button, and just telling your friends about the channel. So if you enjoy the channel and want other people to enjoy it, well, spread the word. Thank you in advance. Now, with all that out of the way, I won't ask you again. We can begin our video. Let's go back to the Bronze Age, to Uruk. Uruk, just like anywhere else, begins its day at the first light of dawn. In this thriving Sumerian cities, families stir awake as the sky over the Euphrates River turns from an indigo to a pale blue. Early mornings are cool and precious, especially in the hotter seasons, so if you want to get work done before the heat really set in, you better get up as early as you can. Household members rise from their simple beds, perhaps a wooden frame if the family's well off, but more commonly you would have reed mats or stuffed mattresses laid upon the packed earth floor. A little bit more on the general housing condition later. In any case, before the heat sets in, chores would commence. As for the women, they would grind barley into flour using stone cairns, preparing dough for the day's bread. That's the majority of your calories. While others fetch water from the nearby canal, or if they had one, a communal well. Water drawn from the canal system is used to wash faces and hands and to mix with barley for baking and brewing. A small hearth in the courtyard, or a clay oven, is stoked with kindling to bake flat loaves for breakfast. A pretty common staple all over Mesopotamia and Egypt. A typical morning meal is pretty modest, but hearty by the standard of the day, especially when you don't have much to compare it with. You could expect bread, made fresh, of course, from barley or emmer wheat, perhaps accompanied by onions or milk curds, washed down with a sip of barley beer, and, well, if you added cool water, but generally people would drink more alcohol because the water was, well, not always the cleanest. In many homes, however, the first tasks of the day include tending to domestic animals. If a family keeps a goat, or perhaps a few sheep, the animals are let out of their pens, often just a corner of the courtyard, and they would graze at the edge of the city or along irrigation canals. Now, chickens are not yet known in Mesopotamia, but families might keep ducks or pigeons. Of course, ducks lay eggs, so there's that as well. I don't know if you ever had a duck egg. They're not bad, actually. In any case, certainly dogs would roam about as both pets and guards. Practical purposes, of course. Now, after feeding any livestock, the family pauses for a brief devotional act. It's common for households to maintain a small shrine or a sacred niche within the house. An alcove or tiny room is set aside as a sanctuary for the household's protective deity, or for the city's patron goddess. At dawn, a quick prayer or libation at this household altar is offered to seek the god's favor for the coming day. A father or mother might pour out a small drink offering or burn a bit of incense, while the children would watch on respectfully. They'd learn how to do it when they get a little bit older. Now, this simple ritual shows how religion is interwoven with daily routine from the very start of the day. Very important to the Sumerians and Mesopotamians as a whole. We've done a few videos about religion in that area. If you are interested, you can find them in the Bronze Age playlist. Now, as sunlight begins to flood the city, everything comes alive. Uruk's residents step outside their mud brick homes and greet neighbors and kin. The typical house is built of sun-dried mud bricks and coated in a clay plaster. From the street, a house presents a plain facade with perhaps a single wooden door. Many homes share walls with their neighbors in long rows along winding lanes. Each dwelling centers on an open-air courtyard where much of the household activity takes place. Cooking, grinding grain, weaving, and socializing. They all occur in this central space under the morning sky. Around the courtyard, several small rooms branch off. Storage rooms for jars of grain, tools, sleeping chambers, and workrooms. Hallways are absent. One room simply opens into the next. Many houses have an upper story or at least a flat roof, which family members often use for sleeping outdoors on hot nights. In the cool pre-dawn hours, some family members have indeed been sleeping on the rooftop under the stars to escape the indoor heat. A little trick that doesn't sound too bad, actually. In any case, as the city awakens, you can hear the bleating of the goats, the clatter of pottery, voices calling out the morning greetings. Sure, it's 5,000 years ago, but people still had neighbors, people still had friends, workmates, all the rest. People are social. That, as something has never changed. Well, people stay in the house a little bit more often these days, but perhaps not by their own choice. Artisans and laborers hurry off to their workplaces, and the children who are not yet working tag along to fetch water, or perhaps help Mum knead dough. The air carries the smell of baking bread and the smoke of hearth fires. It's a pre-industrial world. Sunrise is a call to action, for every able member of the household has their duties at daybreak. They might have to draw water, they might have to prepare food, or perhaps get an early start on craft work. But one rule was universal. Everyone had to do something. No slacking. And so by the time that the sun is fully over the horizon, the people of Uruk have already been busy for hours. They lay the foundation of the day's labor, and that is what we turn to next. So once these morning rituals and meals were all done, the men and women of Uruk turned to their labors. Work in this city is as varied as the society itself. Uruk's population is stratified and specialized, a hallmark of urban life. Many residents are farmers by background, yet they live inside the city walls and walk out to the surrounding fields each day. You certainly sleep a little better when you've got those walls surrounding you. Just after the dawn, groups of farm laborers pass through the city gate and into the broad belt of irrigated fields that encircle Uruk. These fields, fed by canals from the Euphrates, are lush with rows of barley and groves of date palms. Farmers use ox-drawn wooden plows called an ard to break the soil, and simple flint-bladed sickles to harvest grain when the season arrives. By 2900, the ard has made tilling more efficient than hand-digging. Teams of yoked oxen, guided by farmers, draw these plows through the rich earth, while other workers follow to drop in seeds. During the growing season, farmers spend their days weeding and channeling water into irrigation ditches. The labor is heavy, and it gets hot early, so these workers value the cool morning hours. It's much like how in the summer times, at least in Australia, you'll be tradesmen getting up long before the dawn, getting on site pretty much right when the dawn hits, and then finishing work around about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, something like that. At least if they don't have to do overtime. In any case, thank you to all of those who labor in those professions, building the country quite literally. Well, as for the Sumerians, they'll take breaks in whatever shade they can find, perhaps under a palm or the shadow of a city wall, sipping from water jars, or enjoying a bit of bread. In fact, their rations are often provided as part of the work. Archaeological records from Uruk show that workers were compensated with allotments of barley, bread, and beer. A 5,000-year-old clay tablet from Uruk records the distribution of beer rations to laborers. The best evidence you can get the temple or city administration paid its workers in the staple drink of Mesopotamia. But don't get me too wrong, when we say beer, it wasn't the normal 4 to 5% alcohol content that we have in our modern day. It was much weaker, but certainly enough to kill any germs and bacteria lingering in the water. They didn't really understand it that way back then, but, well, they figured it out. All roads lead to Rome anyway. But within the city, there's other inhabitants, and they engage in crafts and trades. Uruk in this period is one of the most advanced craft production centers in the world. Potters turn clay on slow wheels to shape bowls and storage jars, and every household needs some of them. In the potter's quarter, kilns are fired each day, producing everything from coarse cooking pots to large clay vats. In another area, metal workers stoke their furnaces. The Bronze Age is just dawning at this time. Copper is the metal of choice, cast into axe heads, chisels, and sickles. A few smiths experiment with alloying tin with copper to create harder bronze. But tin is rare, and you've got to import that. Alongside the smiths, stone cutters chisel away at imported hard stones to make tools and sculptures. Carpenters, working with the limited wood available, craft doors, plows, and furniture. Many of these artisans work as part of institutional workshops. Textual and archaeological evidence suggests that Uruk's temples and government employ specialized workers to turn out goods for the city and for trade. And yes, trade was a thing. Certainly overland at this time, but still a thing, that's for sure. Now, weavers, for example, often women attached to the temple, spent their days spinning wool and weaving fine textiles in shaded courtyards. Uruk's textile production is quite considerable. The city's storerooms are filled with stacks of woolen garments and bolts of cloth that serve both as offerings but also valuable trade goods. A significant segment of the workforce is under the direct control of this temple economy. The great temples of Uruk, especially the Eana complex of Inanna, own vast tracts of land, and with it vast herds of livestock. They function as economic hubs, too. Dozens of laborers work on temple estates, plowing temple fields, tending temple herds, milling grain, brewing beer, baking bread for temple offerings or for redistribution. Administrative clay tablets from Uruk, by the way, some of the earliest written records, reveal a complex rationing and payroll system. Scribes in the temple carefully record the grain harvests, the flocks, and the allotments of food to each worker. Through these meticulous records, we as modern historians have gained a pretty detailed glimpse of Uruk's economy and workforce, which of course makes videos like this possible without going too much into the territory of making things up. A little bit of creative license just within the historical sphere. I hope you don't mind too much. We do know, for instance, that carpenters, boat builders, leather workers, and other specialists were on the temple payroll, each receiving standard rations of barley or beer for their service. And literacy, that's a limited thing. Writing was pretty new. So these scribes, among the few who could read and write, hold important positions managing the city's labor and resources. A reader of one such tablet from Uruk might see entries accounting for a team of canal dredgers, or noting the assignment of 10 men to repair a temple wall, each worker receiving a daily quota of grain and beer for their work. But not all of this work is directed by large institutions. Many commoners are engaged in small-scale enterprise. For a potter, they might operate a family workshop. A brewer, too, often women by the way, since brewing is a traditional female craft, might produce beer at home to sell in the neighborhood. Farmers' wives take garden vegetables or freshly churned butter to the market to trade for fish or pottery. And even the children contribute. A teenage boy might herd the family's goats outside the city, or help his father with carpentry, learning the trade, while a girl might assist her mother in weaving or go with her to the marketplace to sell cloth. And speaking of workers, there are those workers who do so not by their own choice. Slavery exists in Uruk, though it's not extremely widespread at this time. A wealthy household or temple might own a few slaves, typically prisoners of war or people sold for debt. They perform the heaviest menial tasks. These enslaved individuals are property, but Mesopotamian law affords them a few rights. For example, they can conduct limited business, and even in some cases save up money to buy their freedom, which I assume was a priority. The presence of slaves doing drudgery like grinding grain or hauling water allows free citizens to pursue skilled crafts or farming. But the vast majority of Uruk's labor force consists of those free people working their familiar lands or practicing their inherited trades. By late morning, the city hums with industry. The rhythmic tapping of a coppersmith's hammer echoes from one lane, while the smell of clay pots baking wafts from another. Workers often go to labor in groups, whether on a canal maintenance crew or in a pottery workshop. You can imagine a camaraderie in the toil. In any case, as the sun climbs high, many workers pause by midday, seeking rest and refreshment, especially in the warmer months. And there's no strict hourly schedule either. Work follows the sun and the seasons. Around noon, crews take shelter in whatever shade they find, eat a simple midday meal of barley bread with onions or dried fish, and take long draughts of beer from ceramic jars. In these break times, you might hear a farmer humming a hymn to Ninurta, the god of farming. Or perhaps inside the walls you'd hear a craftsman regaling his apprentice with a light-hearted fable to pass the time, hopefully treating him kindly. Small moments of respite, sustaining the workers, until the worst heat abates, and the day's second shift of labor can finally continue. But this great prosperity of Uruk was not just based on craftsmanship and agriculture. They were also a center of trade and exchange. By the early Bronze Age, Uruk had become a bustling marketplace, drawing goods and traders from near and far. The city's location on the Euphrates River and its extensive canal network made it a natural hub for commerce. In fact, Uruk's trade connections extend far beyond its walls. Artifacts originating from Uruk have been found in regions as distant as Anatolia and Iran, indicating the wide scope of its commercial reach. In turn, merchants bring valuable resources from those far lands into the city. For example, cedar wood and hard diorite stone from distant mountains make their way into Uruk, along with other precious materials that Mesopotamian plains lack. These coveted imports, exotic woods, metals like copper, tin, stones, and semi-precious stones like lapis lazuli, just the quintessential Bronze Age collector's item, attest to an extensive long-distance trade network, enriching the city's economy. The heart of local trade is the marketplace. Each morning, as we saw, villagers and farmers stream in through Uruk's gates with goods to sell, and by mid-morning, open market squares near the city gates or temple precincts are well and truly alive with activity. Traders spread out their wares on reed mats. The aromas of fresh vegetables, baked bread, and livestock mingle in the warm air. Here, a fishing family from a riverside hamlet displays baskets of glistening fish on a bed of wet reeds calling out their prices. There, an orchard keeper from a nearby village sells baskets of dates and figs harvested from his date palms. You can also find butchers offering cuts of goat or lamb, potters selling stacks of new bowls, and women hawking freshly brewed beer by the jug, if they had surplus of it. As in any vibrant marketplace, haggling is loud and constant. Buyers inspect goods carefully. A customer bites a silver ring to test its quality, or squeezes a melon to judge its ripeness, and then engage in bargaining banter with the seller until the price is agreed, often with a jest or curse thrown in for good measure. Now, long-distance merchants also operate in Uruk, dealing in high-value goods. Some are foreigners from distant lands, others are local entrepreneurs who have ventured abroad and returned with exotic cargo. These traders might organize donkey caravans to bring in raw materials from hundreds of miles away. A caravan from the northwest, for example, might arrive bearing timber logs and bags of rich red soil containing copper ores from the Taurus or Zagros mountains. Another group of merchant poles down river on a boat loaded with rare stones and metals acquired from the Far East. Well, they exchange these for Uruk's own exports. And excuse me, I'll just correct myself, from far to the east, not the Far East. That's going a little bit too much of a distance, I'm afraid. In any case, I continue. They exchange these for Uruk's own exports. Surplus grain, woodland textiles, simple jewelry, things like that, maybe even manufactured items like metal tools or ceramic vessels. Through barter, or sometimes weighted silver, these exchanges link Uruk into a wider world of commerce. And indeed, among the goods in Uruk's markets, one might see blue lapis lazuli stones, originating from Far Eastern mines, or chunks of raw copper from Oman, or even small quantities of tin from an unknown source, all critical materials that Sumer does not naturally possess. Most day-to-day trade in Uruk is conducted through barter, since coined money does not yet exist. That would come a little later. So barley grain serves as a standard measure of value, and transactions are often reckoned in gur or sila, ancient volume units of grain. For larger deals, traders use silver by weight. Merchants carry small weighted pieces of silver, rings or perhaps ingots, and a balance scale to measure out equivalent value. A typical exchange might see a farmer trade a sack of barley for a new copper axe head forged by a smith, or a boatman barter a load of fish for a set of clay storage jars from a potter. Written contracts are rare for everyday trade, since few people can write. They would learn little by little after a while, and the literacy rate would continue, especially among the trading class. But important deals at this time may be overseen by a temple scribe, or sealed with personal cylinder seals on a clay token to record the agreement. Honesty is reinforced by religion and reputation. Traders invoke the gods as witnesses to their bargains. I know that cheating would bring shame and divine disfavor, so you better be good. Don't rip anyone off. In any case, by midday the market would reach its peak and slow down under that noon sun. Many vendors would close up shop for a time to have their midday meal or short rest. But still, commerce never truly stops in Uruk. Even during the hottest part of the afternoon, a late-arriving boat from downriver might be unloading fresh fish that must be sold immediately before they spoil. Or a dusty caravan from the west might clatter into the gate with donkeys laden with new goods. The merchants of Uruk are quick to gather, even in the heat if a rare commodity is to be had. In this way, trade in Uruk is a continuous thread. It's woven through daily life. It connects the city's inhabitants not only with each other, but with people and places far beyond the horizon. Of course, you can't have a Bronze Age life without religion. It permeates every aspect in Uruk, from the household's dawn devotions to the grand ceremonies at the temples. The city is famous for its devotion to the goddess Inanna, the patron deity of Uruk, as well as a host of other Sumerian gods. In the center of Uruk stand two great temple complexes. One is the Eanna district, dedicated to Inanna, a walled sanctuary containing multiple temples, shrines, and courtyards, all devoted to the great goddess. Not far from that, on a high terrace, towers the Anu district, with a white-walled temple atop a ziggurat mound that is dedicated to the sky god Anu. These sacred precincts dominate Uruk's skyline and are the focal points of its spiritual life. By 2900, the White Temple of Anu, which was built centuries earlier, still looms over the city, and the Eanna complex bustles daily with offerings and rituals for Inanna, the Queen of Heaven. Throughout the day, a multitude of priests, priestesses, and temple staff carry out rituals to honor the gods. At dawn, as we saw, households offer small prayers at home. But simultaneously in the great courtyard of Eanna, the high priestess or high priest of Inanna leads a more elaborate morning offering. And I certainly hope you don't hear that dog barking in the background. Sorry, but going off script, the next-door neighbor's dogs are, let's just say they're quite vocal. Not angry, I'm just frustrated. Anyway, we keep going. In the dim light of sunrise, temple clergy enter the sanctuary and awaken the goddess's cult statue with hymns and burning incense. They dress the wooden statue, which is gilded and bejeweled, and lay out a meal before it. Fresh bread, dates, beer, and fruit are all placed on the altar as nourishment for Inanna. While the deity partakes only spiritually, the food itself will later be shared among the temple personnel. This practice of feeding the god reflects the belief that the city's prosperity depends on keeping its patron deities well provided for and content. Only if the gods are satisfied with their meals and offerings will they bless Uruk with bountiful crops, safety, and success. But religious observance is not confined to grand temple rituals. It's in small everyday moments, too. As the day goes on, individuals continually seek divine favor in the little ways. A farmer heading out to the fields might pause at the city gate to murmur a prayer to Utu, the sun god, for a good day's work, and perhaps a little bit of cloud cover. A fisherman casting his net in a canal utters a quick appeal to Enki for a plentiful catch. Merchants, before opening business, may stop by a tiny roadside shrine to burn a pinch of incense to Ningishzida. Ningishzida. Excuse me for my ancient Sumerian pronunciation. Another protective deity. This is Ningishzida. Well, all over Uruk, there are minor shrines at street corners, and by gates where travelers and traders can offer a brief prayer for safe journeys or good fortune. In homes, too, family members say short blessings over meals or when undertaking important tasks like starting the weaving of a new cloth or laying the foundation of a house to invite divine favor. These humble devotions show how inseparable religion is from daily activities. To the people of Uruk, the unseen world of gods and spirits are ever present, and nearly every action can be sanctified by calling on a deity. Of course, the most visible aspects of religious life are the major ceremonies and festivals that take place at the temples. We do not know the exact festival calendar, at least not in 2900, or around then. Detailed liturgical texts come from later periods, but certainly Uruk holds seasonal celebrations where the whole community participates. For example, at the New Year, which would be the spring festival for them, the city likely honors Inanna's marriage to the god of vegetation, Dumuz, to ensure fertility for the coming year. Such an event might involve a ritual procession carrying the goddess statue of Eanna, accompanied by musicians and chanters, to meet Dumutz's representation, perhaps enacted by the king or a priest, a kind of ceremonial marriage rite. The famous Warka verse from Uruk, carved around 3000 BC, illustrates the kind of offerings and reverences given to Inanna. The bas relief bands show a line of nude men carrying baskets filled with grain, fruit, jars of drink, and leading sheep and goats, all bringing the bounty of the land to present to the goddess. In the top register, the goddess Inanna herself, or perhaps the high priestess, is depicted receiving these gifts, with symbols of her temple around her. This artifact provides a near-primary snapshot of Uruk's religious life, a ceremonial procession likely tied to a festival where the community offers up the first fruits of field and flock to a patron deity. Each day the temple follows a cycle of worship. After the morning services, there are midday and evening offerings. Lesser priests and priestesses perform the routine duties, burning incense at altars, leading smaller prayers, and ensuring the temple fires and lamps remain lit. The high priest or priestess oversees the important rituals and oracular questions. Worshippers come and go from the temple. Throughout the day, a lot of people leave, a lot of people show up, do the rites, and make do with whatever they need for the day. A mother might bring a small loaf of bread as an offering after a child recovers from an illness, or a fisherman might dedicate a clay fish figurine to Enki in thanks for a good catch. The temple accepts the private offerings and often displays votive objects, small statuettes of worshippers carved in stone that people have donated as perpetual prayers on their behalf. It is common sight to see rows of such carved figurines with hands clasped, standing in the temple court, representing those who left them. Uruk's priesthood wields great influence. In this era, the city's secular ruler, the Ensi, or governor, often also serves a priestly role, or is closely tied to the temple. The major decisions, whether to embark on a canal project or how to respond to a poor harvest, are always made in consultation with the gods. Priests interpret divine will through omens, examining the liver of a sacrificed sheep, observing unusual births, or interpreting dreams. Literacy and scholarship reside largely within the clergy class. They maintain libraries of clay tablets, on which hymns, prayers, and even simple medical recipes are recorded. The Eanna temple complex likely includes tablet rooms and schools where young novices, mostly sons of the elite, learn the arts of writing and ritual. The average citizen of Uruk, while illiterate, is deeply versed in the oral traditions of Sumerian religion. In the evenings at home, elders tell children stories of the gods and heroes, how Inanna tricked Enki to bring the sacred arts to Uruk, while the legendary king Gilgamesh built the city's mighty walls with divine aid, he himself reputed to be 2/3 divine. These tales used to reinforce the values and beliefs that the formal religion taught, that humans are co-workers with the gods, that kingship is divinely ordained, and that the city of Uruk itself is under the special protection of those in the sky. But despite Uruk's impressive public life, the busy marketplaces, the temples, the great walls, the foundation of a society is always the family. In this era, the basic unit of society is the extended family household. Multiple generations often lived under one roof, or at least within the same family compound. A typical family might include the father as the head of the household, his wife who manages many domestic affairs, their children, and possibly some aging grandparents. Other relatives can be part of the household too, an unmarried aunt perhaps, a widowed uncle, or a married son with his wife and a new baby, might all live together in the family home. Now, houses of the more prosperous sort might have had many rooms, 8 or more, to accommodate such large families, while poorer families had to make do in 2 or 3 rooms, or share courtyard space with relatives next door. Family in Uruk meant a close-knit cluster of kin who lived and worked together every day. The society of Uruk is patriarchal in structure, but is not without rights and roles for women. The father, or at least the eldest able male of the family, holds legal authority. He represents the household in the assembly of citizens, if such meets, and is responsible for the family's land, business dealings, and religious duties. However, women in Sumer enjoy relatively high status, at least for the ancient world. They can own property, they can run businesses, they can even serve as legal witnesses in contracts. Within the home, the wife or the mother has considerable authority as the manager of daily life, allocating tasks to children and servants, overseeing food stores and finances, and acting as the family's physician and educator in many cases. But still, the society is overwhelmingly patrilineal, and husbands and fathers have formal power. Marriages are typically arranged by the parents. A marriage is formalized by a written contract or at least an agreement sealed in front of witnesses, and it becomes official once the groom presents a bridal gift to the bride's father. Wives do not usually choose their husbands freely, but strong love and partnership can grow within the arranged union over time. It just depends who you end up with, I suppose. A husband can also divorce his wife on relatively slight grounds, such as failure to bear children or chronic quarrels. And if the first wife is barren, he is permitted to take a second to ensure an heir. Children are under absolute authority of their parents, and can even be disinherited, or believe it or not, sold into slavery in extreme circumstances of debt. Though such cases are rare, and seen as a family tragedy, of course. Would be selling your own children off to be slaves in some flint pit. My goodness. Well, in any case, life within the household is a constant collaboration. Men and women have different typical roles, but both are vital to the family's survival. You see, the men often handle the heavy agricultural work, manage dealings in the city assembly, and represent the family to outsiders. And the women, they run the home. They grind the grain, they bake the bread, they brew the beer, they spin the wool, they make the clothes, all essential daily labors. But they also raise the young children. The mothers teach daughters the skills they will need as future wives: cooking, weaving, fetching water, managing a pantry. And fathers teach sons how to farm or practice whatever craft is the family trade. Many a craftsman's workshop in Uruk is a familial enterprise, with father and sons working side by side. And so from a young age, the children shadow their parents in daily tasks. A boy of 5 might trot along after his father to the field, learning to tie the ox's yoke or clear irrigation canals. A girl of a similar age is already helping her mother grind flour or tending younger siblings. There is warmth and affection in these relationships. Parents cherish their offspring, and children, in turn, are taught to honor and obey their parents above all. As for disobedience, that is believed to invite not only parental wrath, but also the disapproval of the gods, for honoring one's father and mother is a sacred duty. Formal education in the sense of a school is rare. A few boys from affluent or scribal families might be sent to an eduba, that is a tablet house, to train as scribes under a learned master, but that is an exception. Most children just learn by apprenticeship within the family. And yes, there is also play of some sort. Excavations have uncovered toys like spinning tops and small figurines that could have been children's dolls. Siblings play games of catch or make toy chariots from little clay wheels and sticks. However, given the demands of life, childhood is pretty brief. By the time a girl reaches her early teens, she might already be married, and by the time the boy is a teenager, he's likely already doing a nearly full day in the fields or the workshop. Adolescents in Uruk undergo rites of passage, largely through their first work responsibilities, and for girls, of course, through marriage and motherhood. But then there is the extended family. They offer social safety and support. Family members pool labor and resources. An uncle might help plow his nephew's plot, or a grandmother watch the toddlers, while everyone else works. In a world without formal banks or state welfare, one's kin are the source of help in hard times. If a family member falls ill, relatives nurse them with home remedies. If a man dies, leaving a young widow, his brothers or parents absorb her and the children into their household. Family solidarity is the only way you survive. Feuds and splits within a family are a source of great sorrow, and of course, social stigma. But within the privacy of the home, family life has its moments of joy and leisure. In the evenings, after the day's work, families gather in their courtyard to share the evening meal and recount the day's events. Children sit around, listen to their parents' conversation, and interjecting with some youthful observations, no doubt. Storytelling is a key form of entertainment, and also moral education. A grandfather might tell the children fables about clever foxes and foolish lions, each with a lesson embedded. A mother might sing a lullaby or recite a gentle prayer to Ningal as she rocks a baby to sleep. Though such stories and daily conversations are not recorded, we can certainly imagine that parents would impart the values of hard work, piety, and loyalty to kin. The home is truly the primary source of identity for Uruk's people. No matter what turmoil goes on in the streets or fields, within the brick walls of one's own house and the embrace of one's family, there's a sense of order and refuge. It is the familial haven that sustains individuals through life's challenges, after all. Well, Uruk's landscape was certainly a blend of deliberate planning, but also organic growth. The major civic elements, the towering walls, the temple districts, principal canals, the thoroughfares, were laid out in a planned way, while the residential and commercial areas grew out irregularly around over the centuries. The results of this can be seen in Uruk's physical form by 2900. The city is encircled by a massive defensive wall of mud brick that, according to archaeological finds, ran about 9 kilometers in circumference and may have stood 12 to 15 meters high. Later legend attributes the building of Uruk's monumental wall to King Gilgamesh, and indeed, this fortification was likely constructed a few generations before his time during the early dynastic I period. Several gates pierce the wall, each serving as an entry point from a different road or direction. Through these gates flow the daily comings and goings of merchants, farmers, and travelers, all under the watch of guards and gatekeepers. But inside the walls, Uruk is divided into distinct districts. At the core of the city lie the high temple precincts of Eanna and Anu, and as noted, the Eanna district, also called the House of Heaven, is a walled sanctuary dedicated to Inanna. It contains multiple buildings and courtyards for workshops, storage, and ritual, all clustered around the main ziggurat and temple. The ziggurat, by the way, is a kind of tiered pyramid. I've made a full video on them. I think I've released it before this one. I should have. If not, you'll probably find it in the Bronze Age playlist. You should do. Well across the city, the Anu district sits on an elevated terrace, with the White Temple at its summit. These temple districts are set slightly apart from the residential neighborhoods. Eanna is even partially walled off. like a city within the city itself. Around them spreads the rest of Uruk, a patchwork of residential quarters, bazaars, and craft production areas. Without a modern grid, the layout of these areas appears maze-like. Houses cluster along unplanned lanes, and neighborhoods often take on the character of the dominant trade or craft practiced there. For example, one quarter of Uruk may be known for its potters, whose workshops and kilns occupy several adjacent courtyards, while another area might be for the metal workers, having the lingering scent of smelting fires in the air at all times. This informal grouping by profession means that as one walks through Uruk, the sights and sounds can change abruptly from one street to the next. Clay dust and pottery shards underfoot in one alley, the ringing of hammers on bronze in the next. The city's street networks range from broad avenues to warrens of tiny winding alleys. A couple of main processional roads traverse Uruk. One likely leads from a principal gate straight to the Eanna temple, serving as the route for religious processions and official traffic. These main streets are wide enough for carts or armies, and are kept relatively clear. But in contrast, most of the city is crisscrossed by narrow, twisting lanes and dead-end alleyways. Many of these are unplanned footpaths that simply evolved over generations as houses were built and rebuilt. There is a clear hierarchy, though, of thoroughfares. The wide public boulevards, Sumerians even had a term for these, by the way, it's suku, and the smaller cross streets called muhusu, and then the private cul-de-sacs within residential blocks. About 10% of the city's area is taken up by streets and alleys, the rest being solidly packed with buildings. None of the streets are paved. They're simply compacted earth, dusty in the dry season and muddy after the rare rains. Drains are primitive. Some major streets might have a shallow ditch or channel to carry away storm water, but in the heavy rain the lanes turn into rivulets until the water seeps into the soil. While the roads on land are important, Uruk's lifelines are its waterways. A network of canals flow into and throughout the city, making Uruk something of a Venice in the desert, as later scholars have quipped. These man-made canals connect Uruk directly to the Euphrates and to the surrounding agricultural hinterland. They function like liquid highways, allowing boats and barges to carry heavy loads of grain, clay, timber, and other bulk goods right into the city. Archaeologists have described Uruk's canal system as extensive and deeply integrated into the urban plan. One could in fact travel by boat to many points in Uruk more easily than by cart, a significant advantage in an era when wheeled vehicles are still rudimentary and pack animals can only carry so much. The canals also helped irrigate orchards and gardens within or at the edge of the city, ensuring even inner districts had access to water. But maintaining these waterways was an ongoing communal task. You had to dredge the silt, you had to repair the embankments, and it was often organized by the temple or city officials, employing many workers, especially at the start of irrigation season. Uruk's urban form also reflects its social and political structure. The city's very layout proclaims the priorities of its people. The prominent placement of temple districts, slightly off the geometric center, but effectively at the heart of activity. It shows that the religious institutions stand at the very core of civic life. The immense city wall speaks to collective organization and communal pride in protecting the city's inhabitants. Within the walls, near the gates, are often special marketplaces or cult sites, suggesting that certain industries or gods were associated with those entry points. Meanwhile, residential areas fill in the spaces in between, divided by clan or occupation, or simply just by happenstance. But like all Mesopotamian cities, Uruk has been built and rebuilt many times on the same spot. When a building collapses or burns, as mud brick structures do every few decades, new walls are erected up upon the old foundation. Over centuries, this continuous rebuilding gradually raises the ground level, creating a human-made mound composed of layers of earlier settlement. Kind of like the rings on a tree, I suppose. Well, by 2900, parts of Uruk are already sitting on substantial mounds of debris from the Uruk period centuries earlier. Construction of new houses on uneven remains means the final layout of lanes can shift slightly over time. An alley might become a covered passage if someone extends a wall, or a once straight street might acquire a jog where new houses encroach. This gives the residential quarters an irregular, almost organic design, though the overall structure of the city remains constant. Despite the seemingly chaos of the narrow, winding neighborhoods, there is evidence of planning, in the key facilities at least. There are public wells and cisterns at intervals for water. Open squares or courtyards function as community gathering spots or markets for the neighborhood. The city also includes broad areas of cultivated land just outside the walls, fields and date palm groves that belong to the city's farmers and temples. A network of roads and canals links Uruk to these lands, ensuring the daily flow of food into the city. And indeed, one might see herds of goats or sheep driven straight through the city gates each morning or evening, bleating and kicking up dust as they are brought between the grazing fields and urban pens. While in the Epic of Gilgamesh, the narrator praises Uruk by urging the reader to climb its wall and walk on its rampart, or to inspect the fine brickwork, examine its foundation terrace, boasting that the 7 sages themselves laid its foundations. It's a pretty prideful description, but it shows those few key elements: the strength of the foundations, the quality of construction, and the wisdom underlying the design. And indeed, Uruk became a template for urban culture in Mesopotamia, a mix of planned and organic features, spreading to other cities through influence and example. And so as the sun sets, the intense activity of the day gradually winds down. The city was full of clamor in the midday, but it now takes on a more gentler and leisurely pace. Families prepare for the evening meal, the main meal of the day, and communal life resumes within the household courtyards. By dusk, the household hearth is busy again. In a typical home, the mother, with help from daughters or daughters-in-law, cooks a substantial supper in a clay pot over the fire. A common evening dish is a hearty stew of lentils or beans, richly seasoned with garlic and leeks, maybe thickened with crushed barley. If the family is a bit better off or it's a special occasion, the stew might include pieces of mutton, goat, or fowl. Flat barley bread, baked earlier, serves as both a utensil and a side dish. Family members use pieces of bread to scoop up the stew from a shared bowl. There might also be a handful of wild greens or a skewer of roasted fish to accompany the porridge-like stew. But everyone sits together during the meal, often on reed mats or low stools, arranged in a circle in the courtyard. Children jostle for their favorite spots, and grandparents lean against the courtyard wall if they need some support. In the warmer months, the family prefers to eat outdoors under the open sky where a cooling breeze may stir. In the chillier weather, they might retreat to an outdoor room with a small clay brazier for warmth while eating. Well, as darkness falls, the clay lamps are lit. Now, these lamps, simple shallow bowls filled with a sesame or linseed oil with a linen wick. The family, gathered and fed, spends the early part of the evening in relaxation and companionship. It's a treasured time after a long day of labor. Some residents even stop by a tavern to drink beer and relax with friends at a day's end. The alehouse is a simple affair, perhaps an open courtyard or back room where a woman brewer sells her latest batch from clay jars. Men sit around and gossip about the day, sip the thick, porridge-like beer through a communal vessel. The atmosphere is lively. Jokes and local gossip flow freely once work is done. And by the light of a couple of lamps, a group of friends might linger until the stars are bright, debating which farm had the best yield, or laughing over a well-worn humorous tale. Not everyone goes out, though, of course. Much of Uruk's populace spends their evening at home. As the air cools after sunset, some people just sit with neighbors and chat. In any case, nighttime in Uruk brings a relative peace. Families tidy up their living spaces. Mothers might pre-soak grains for tomorrow's brewing, or finish a bit of weaving by lamplight. Fathers make a last round checking that the goat pen is secured and the door is barred for the night. In the height of summer, many families even sleep on their flat rooftops to catch the night breeze. Neighbors sometimes murmur across the darkness, sharing a few last words under the canopy of brilliant stars and a rising moon. Before sleep, devout individuals might say a final prayer. A father might quietly invoke his personal protective deity, and if any family member is ill, this would be the time for incantations. A mother would recite a soft chant to Gula, the goddess of healing, of her ailing child, hoping to ward off evil spirits before the darkness fully falls. Nighttime is also associated with unseen dangers, roaming ghosts of the unburied, of mysterious Lilu demons that might slip through an open window. To defend against that, they hang protective amulets on the door, perhaps a tiny clay plaque depicting Pazuzu, a friendly demon who chases away the worst of the demons, or sprinkle a bit of salt at the threshold. Finally, one by one, the oil lamps go out, and that loud and busy city grows quiet. Only the distant howling of a dog, not the one at my neighbor's house, or the faint strains of a lullaby from a neighbor's roof break the silence. Inside their homes, people lie down to sleep on mats. Privacy is scarce. Many family members often share a single room, but the closeness is its own comfort. They curl up under woven wool blankets or linen sheets, and overhead, the night sky carries that moon. The Sumerians call it Nana, and it's a comfort to them as well, gleaming on top of that white temple in the distance. The guards, of course, stay at their posts on the city wall, spears in hand, keeping an ear open for any disturbance just in case. And within the protective circuit of Uruk's walls, thousands of citizens sleep in peace, trusting that their patron gods and goddesses will watch over them until the new dawn. And tomorrow, when it comes, they'll do it all again. Life in Uruk will begin anew, but carry on as it always does. A timeless cycle of a very monotonous and normal day. Daily life in Babylon. A mix of routines and traditions that might seem both familiar and also foreign to us. You see, on one hand, the ordinary people of Babylon rose with the sun, worked to feed their families, raise their children, and gathered to share meals. And those are certainly ordinary rhythms of life that we can all recognize. But on the other hand, they did so in a very different world, one of clay tablets and cuneiform script, and in the shadow of those towering ziggurats, under the rule of powerful kings and ancient gods. And so today, we will explore the everyday experiences of the common Babylonian during the city's golden age under kings like Nebuchadnezzar II. We'll take a walk through the streets and homes of Babylon's citizens and peek into their work, leisure, family life. And we'll also see how law, religion, and culture shaped that world. But before we go back in time, allow me to welcome you to the channel. Hello to any newcomers, and welcome back to anybody who's returning. I will begin with the customary acknowledgement that we are completely ad-free across the entire breadth of this channel, all the playlists, and that is because we are supported by the patrons and also the YouTube members, those who choose to donate from time to time, and also those who check out the merch store. So thank you very much to all the supporters. But if you can't afford to do that, then just enjoy the content. A great way to support us is just by liking, commenting, subscribing, because that helps push us out in the algorithm, and it really does help. So, with that being said, we won't harp on about all of that. Let's go back to Babylon first, shall we? And we can see what a normal day was like for a very normal Babylonian. We find ourselves not in the Bronze Age, but rather in the 6th century BCE. Babylon was at the glittering heart of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, and arguably the largest city in Mesopotamia, if not the world. And that's why we've chosen to put our exploration at this time, because this is the height of Babylonia. Well, ancient writers and modern archaeologists have marveled at its scale. By Nebuchadnezzar II's reign, that is from 604 to 562, Babylon's population is estimated to have exceeded 100,000 people. Now that's a colossal number for antiquity, dwelling far beyond the 25,000 or so who lived there in the earlier times under Hammurabi. You know, the one who did the law codes and all that. Well, this dense urban center sat on the Euphrates River, whose life-giving waters flowed right through the city, dividing it into eastern and western halves. The river was both a trade highway and also a source of irrigation and drinking water, integrated so closely with the city that walls and quays lined the riverbanks and gates opened directly onto the water. Approaching Babylon, a visitor in antiquity might first be awed by its defenses. The city was encircled not by one but two massive walls of mud brick and baked brick. Classical accounts describe the outer wall as extremely thick and tall, so broad that chariots could supposedly race atop it side by side. While Herodotus's figures may be exaggerated, as he was prone to do, and then again people were certainly prone to romanticize Babylon's grandeur quite a bit, there's certainly no doubt that these walls were formidable engineering feats. Dozens of bronze gates pierced the fortifications, the most famous being the Ishtar Gate on the north side. Passing through Ishtar's Gate was an experience in itself, its deep blue glazed bricks adorned with striding bulls and dragons symbolizing the gods Akkad and Marduk. This grand gate opened onto the processional way, a wide stone-paved street that ran through the city center. During New Year festivals, statues of the gods were paraded down this avenue, and on ordinary days it served as a main thoroughfare for carts, soldiers, and citizens on foot. But if you go inside the walls, Babylon was a bustling metropolis, laid out with a surprising degree of regularity. Major avenues ran straight across town, intersecting with smaller lanes that crisscrossed the residential districts. Unlike the tangible maze of streets in many old cities, Babylon's planners, perhaps following the ancient urban traditions, had imposed a grid-like order in parts of the city. The Euphrates River bisected Babylon, and numerous ferries and bridges connected the two halves. Herodotus mentions gates at each riverside street end, suggesting that people could descend to the river to fetch water or cross by boat. At peak hours, one can imagine a lively scene on the river, ferry barges shuttling passengers and goods, ferrymen casting nets, and children, of course, playing at the banks. The architecture of Babylon reflected both function and social life. Along the main avenues stood buildings such as temples and palaces, constructed with impressive baked brick masonry. The royal palace complex, that being Nebuchadnezzar's grand residence, loomed behind its own walls in the heart of the city. Meanwhile, ordinary houses filled the side streets. If one walked down a typical neighborhood lane, the view might be unremarkable at first. Mud brick walls lining both sides, interrupted by stout wooden doors. Windows facing the street were rare, and when we say windows, we just mean holes in the wall. Well, for privacy and security, that is. Most houses presented blank facades to outsiders. But stepping through a door would reveal the characteristic design of a Babylonian home. A central, open-air courtyard with rooms around it. Houses were often 1 or 2 stories tall, built of sun-dried mud brick, with wood used for doors, roof beams, and furnishings. In some wealthier quarters, houses of 3 or even 4 stories have said to have existed. A testament to the engineering skill of Babylon's builders, but also the congestion of a city that encouraged building upward. These multi-story homes would have been the exception. Most families likely lived in more modest single-story dwellings. But within each home's courtyard, daily domestic life unfolded in view of the family's eyes and the open sky. The courtyard provided light, ventilation, and a workshop for tasks like grinding grain or weaving. It was here that children might play under the watch of elders, and household members would gather in the evening to cool off after the sun's heat had faded, perhaps under the awning or beside a water jar. Many houses even had their family tombs under the courtyard floor. Generations of ancestors, buried literally at the heart of the home. It was common to inter the dead in large clay jars or simple brick vaults beneath the house, and we know because we found plenty of them. Far from being morbid, though, don't get me wrong, this practice reflected a profound reverence for family continuity. The home was not just for the living, but also a resting place for forebears, keeping their memory and spirit close. Neighborhoods in Babylon often grew around kinship groups. Extended families lived nearby or even in adjacent homes, creating close-knit clusters of relatives. If a son married, his new household might be established just down the lane from his parents. Because of this, Babylonians rarely sold their family homes. The house might pass down through generations, carrying the legacy of one lineage. Property deeds on clay tablets show this continuity too, with homeowners proudly referencing their fathers and grandfathers who held the house before them. One consequence of this attachment to ancestral homes is that Babylon's residential districts had a degree of stability. The same families dwelling in one quarter for centuries. A stroll through such a neighborhood in Nebuchadnezzar's time might reveal a pleasant mix of consistency and change. Elderly grandparents sitting at a doorway who remembered the city under previous kings, children playing games with clay marbles, and young adults discussing news from the palace or the market. But despite the high-density urban environment, Babylon was not devoid of green or open areas. Here and there, small gardens or orchards existed, sometimes within wealthy estates or temple precincts. Date palms, figs, and pomegranates could be grown in irrigated plots, and there is evidence of household gardens providing vegetables or herbs. Of course, the most famous garden associated with Babylon is the legendary Hanging Gardens, reputedly a marvel of tiered greenery and flowing water, if you believe the stories. And if this garden truly existed in Babylon, which some scholars think it did, perhaps within the palace grounds, while others suspect it was later confused with gardens in Assyria, it would have been a royal showpiece, rather than part of ordinary life. Common citizens couldn't just rock up and stroll through the hanging gardens, but they might have heard tales of its lush terraces, or seen its verdant outline rising above the palace walls. Even if the hanging gardens were more myth than reality, Babylon's inhabitants certainly took pride in their city's beauty. The processional way, for example, was lined with carved stone reliefs and regularly maintained, giving citizens a grand path for religious processions and civic events. Babylon's status as a cosmopolitan capital also meant that its streets echoed with many languages. While the native populace spoke varieties of Akkadian, the Babylonian dialect, in daily life, by the Neo-Babylonian period, Aramaic was also commonly heard. It had become a sort of lingua franca of the Near East. In markets and taverns, one could hear traders from far-off lands, Egyptians, Persians, people from across the empire and all beyond, all adding to the city's character. Among the residents were also communities of people bought as captives or migrants from conquered regions. For instance, after Babylonian armies under Nebuchadnezzar II conquered Judah in 587 BCE, thousands of Judeans, ancestors of today's Jews, were deported to Babylon. These Judean exiles settled in and around the city, some even forming their own villages, such as Judah Town, recorded on cuneiform tablets. Thus, walking through Babylon streets, one might encounter a group of Judeans speaking their Hebrew dialect, or see them maintaining their own customs while trying to adapt to Babylonian life. The daily scene in the city would strike us as bustling and vibrant. Morning began early, with the Mesopotamian climate. Dawn and dusk were the coolest times, thus favored for work. As the sun rose, city gates opened, and villagers from the surrounding countryside began streaming in with farm produce, vegetables, jars of milk, baskets of dates, and caged chickens to sell in the market. Donkeys, laden with sacks of grain or bales of wool, clattered along, urged by shouting drivers. As noon approached, the heat would grow intense. Many Babylonians took a midday rest. Laborers sought shade, perhaps napping in the courtyards or under a tree if available. The wealthier might retreat indoors where thick mud brick walls kept interiors relatively cool. And in the royal palace and temples, the work continued. Scribes in the palace chanceries and temple storehouses kept records even at midday, though they too might pause for a brief meal of bread, beer, and onions. But in the evenings, the city stirred back to activity when temperatures eased. Families gathered on their flat rooftops or courtyards to catch evening breezes and socialize. One could hear music drifting from the open windows, the strumming of lyres, or the reed melody of a flute as people relaxed. Street vendors might pass by with late-day snacks, perhaps grilling skewers of meat or selling cool drinks made from fermented barley. As dusk fell, lamplight began flickering in doorways and shrines. Babylon didn't have streetlights in a modern sense, of course, so travel after dark could be risky. Most people stayed close to home at night. Nonetheless, special occasions or festivals brought out crowds even after sunset, and the city's nightlife, in taverns or private parties, could be quite lively when circumstance permitted. And this was the stage upon which daily life played out. A dense urban environment of high walls, narrow lanes, and grand public monuments. Babylon was both a city of brick and mortar, and a community of people from walks of life. Excuse me. Well, with the city itself in mind, let's step a little closer to those people within it. See how Babylonian society was structured, and what family life looked like behind those courtyard walls. Of course, at the center of Babylonian daily life was the family. Society in Babylonia was strongly patriarchal and family-oriented, but within that framework, individuals enjoyed warmth, support, and, surprisingly, well-defined rights. A typical Babylonian household was an extended family unit, potentially including not just parents and children, but also grandparents, unmarried adult siblings, and other relatives. Living next door to one another or even under one roof, these kinship groups formed the basic building blocks of the community. The male head of the household, often the eldest father or grandfather, held legal authority over family affairs. However, Babylonian women also played an influential role within the home and beyond. More so, in fact, than women in many later classical societies like Greece. A Babylonian wife and mother managed many day-to-day matters of the household, supervising food preparation, the care of young children, and the work of any servants or slaves the family might own. Yeah, they had them too. Everyone did. Well, when I say everyone, I mean pretty much all societies. Well, women were not cloistered. They could go out to the market, to the temple, or to visit neighbors, and many worked outside the home in various capacities. Evidence from legal texts indicate that women could own property, initiate divorce, and even appear in court on their own behalf. For example, a Babylonian woman could inherit her father's estate as a daughter and pass on property to her own children. Some women even served as priestesses in temples, or as officials overseeing parts of temple workshops, which gave them economic clout, arguably the best kind of clout. There are records, too, of female tavern keepers, indicating women could engage in business. Running a beer house was a pretty common profession for women in Mesopotamia. Compared to many ancient cultures, Babylonian law and custom granted women a respectable status. Certainly not full equality, but definitely a recognized legal identity. From birth, children were cherished in Babylonian families. In a typical household, young children spent their days around their mother and other female relatives, learning language and basic skills by observation and play. Parents showed affection. A number of Mesopotamian lullabies have been discovered, indicating mothers sang to soothe infants. Childhood in Babylon likely involved informal play, with toys like clay dolls, rattles, miniature chariots that archaeologists have all found, and early training in household tasks. A boy might follow his father to the fields or workshop as soon as he could walk steadily, learning how to water a garden or shape a brick. A girl, similarly, would learn from her mother on how to grind grain or weave wool into yarn. Education for most children was practical and home-based. But for some, formal schooling was an option. You see, Babylon had a long tradition of scribal education. Boys, and possibly a few girls, though most scribes were male, from families of means or scribal lineage, might attend the Eduba, the scribal school. Here, under the tutelage of experienced scribes, they spent years mastering cuneiform, which is their writing system, and of course the Sumerian and Akkadian languages of literature and law. Now, this was a demanding education. It required students to memorize hundreds of wedge-shaped signs and practice by copying lists of words in classic texts. A student's day in Babylonian schools might start early with the recitation of lessons. They sat on the ground or benches with clay tablets on their laps, a reed stylus in hand. The teacher, often called school father, would assign lines from proverbs or model contracts to be written, and then check the results, not hesitating to use the cane on a lazy or sloppy pupil, and indeed some surviving student tablets are complaints about the teacher's harshness. Apparently they would be quite liberal with the whip. But literacy was a rare and valuable skill, so a successful education opened the door to respected careers as scribes in the royal administration, temple bureaucracy, or even private businesses. But this path was for a minority. The average Babylonian child did not attend formal school, but learned the family trade and skills needed for adult life. And then there came marriage. That was the central event in Babylonian family life, typically arranged by families when the individuals were young, teens most likely, though exact ages varied. Marriages were formalized by contracts recorded on clay tablets. These survive in large numbers, revealing the typical terms. The groom's family would pay a bride price to the bride's family, compensation and the sign of a union's legitimacy. And the bride would bring a dowry of goods or property to the new household. The marriage contract often included clauses regarding what would happen if the marriage came to an end. For example, how the dowry would be handled in case of divorce, indicating that, well, divorce, while not common, was permissible. And if a marriage was childless, that could be grounds for the husband to take a second wife or a concubine. But this was, once again, relatively rare. Monogamy was the norm. One fascinating, though likely outdated custom of marriage that Herodotus describes is the marriage auction. According to him, in old Babylonian villages, when they would annually gather all marriageable young women and basically auction them off to bachelors. The beautiful girls fetched higher prices, of course, while the plain-looking girls were essentially paid for with that money as dowries, so that every woman found a husband. Herodotus presents it as a wise custom, ensuring all women married with some economic balance. He adds that by his time, the 5th century BCE, this practice had fallen out of use. Modern historians are skeptical, though, if this auction ever truly happened as described. It may be a traveler's tale, but it reflects the idea that marriages were community affairs, arranged openly, rather than romantic elopements. In any case, once married, a woman entered her husband's household, but she did not become a powerless figure. As mentioned, she could own property, and she had rights under the law. In the Babylonian law codes, for example, the earlier Code of Hammurabi, whose principles were still known in later eras, there are numerous provisions protecting wives and mothers. For example, if a husband divorced his wife without cause, he had to return her dowry and pay compensation. Wives could initiate divorce in cases of cruelty or neglect, although they may have to forfeit the dowry in that case, so, The bond between husband and wife was ideally one of mutual duty. The husband provided a home and income. The wife managed the household and bore children. Of course, children were the desired outcome of marriage, and fertility was a major concern. If a couple struggled to conceive, they might resort to prayers and offerings to fertility deities, such as Nanaya or Tammuz, or the husband might take a second wife or a concubine as a childbearer with the first wife's consent. The second wife would have lower status, though. An alternative seen in documents was adoption. Childless couples sometimes adopted a child, often from within the extended family, to be their heir and care for them in old age. In fact, adoption contracts are a common record in Babylonian archives. They formally establish the adoptee's rights and obligations, For instance, an adoption tablet might say the adoptee, quote, shall be son and heir, and if he does not honor the father and mother, he shall be disinherited. Pretty clear rules. Conversely, the parents would agree to rear the child properly and fulfill their obligations. And this shows that beyond blood ties, Babylonian families could be formed by legal and emotional bonds of adoption, demonstrating an element of compassion and social stability. Daily routines within a household followed a rhythm shaped by practical needs and the natural environment. At dawn, as the father and the older sons departed to fields or workshops, or to the city gates if they had business outside the city, the mother and daughters began the day's domestic work. The first task was often to grind barley or wheat into flour using a grinding stone, a laborious chore usually done by women or servant girls. This flour would be the day's bread. Baking was done in simple clay ovens or hearths in the courtyard. Flatbreads could be slapped onto the hot interior walls of a tandoor oven, or dough could be baked in shallow pans. Alongside bread, a typical breakfast for a Babylonian family might consist of beer. Yes, beer in the morning, although not strong like our normal beer. It might have been like 0.5%, this sort of thing, but it was still a staple nourishment. Well, perhaps it would be diluted too and sipped, and some dates or boiled porridge too would be the standard fare. Children might have a bowl of milk or yogurt if the family kept goats. After the morning meal, the household split into its various duties. Women took charge of textile work, spinning wool into yarn, dyeing it, and weaving. The clack of the loom was a common sound in any home, as making cloth for clothing was an ongoing task. Women also tended any garden the family had, watering vegetable plots or fruit trees. Fetching water was vital. Not all houses had wells, so water had to be brought from communal wells to the river. Women typically carried big water jars on their heads or shoulders, making trips as needed. Laundry was done by scrubbing clothes in tubs or at the riverside and laying them to dry in the sun. Inside the home, one might find a few pieces of furniture, beds or cots, perhaps a low table or two, and reed mats to sit on. The floors were usually packed earth swept clean. The wealthier homes could have brick or plaster floors. The walls might be plastered or even whitewashed to reduce dust and brighten the interior. Decorations were minimal, but they could include wall niches for lamps or small figurines of gods. Every house likely had a small shrine or altar to household gods or protective spirits, where a lamp or incense might be lit daily. Babylonians also took personal cleanliness seriously, living as they did in a hot climate. If the Babylonian family could afford it, they would have oil for things like soaps and lotions. Now, as for bathing, that was done with water in basins, an outdoor bath in the courtyard, or a quick rinse at the river. Think about it like that. Interestingly, Herodotus observed a custom that after a man and wife had intercourse, they would both wash and anoint themselves with incense before resuming any daily activity. This suggests there were notions of ritual or hygienic purity related to intimate parts of life. Also, there's evidence that menstruating women followed certain purity practices, like staying apart or refraining from temple visits during that time. Common in many ancient cultures, by the way. Well, when the men of the household returned from their work, be it farming, soldiering, craft labor, whatever it was, the family would reconvene for the main meal. Dinner in a Babylonian home might be a stew of lentils or beans flavored with garlic and leeks, eaten by scooping it out with the flatbread. If they were a little bit better off financially, There could be some mutton or goat meat in the stew, or even roasted fish from the river, along with onions and cucumbers. Beer, of course, was the usual drink for adults, served in large ceramic jugs, which family members might drink with long straws to filter out solids, since the Babylonian beer was unfiltered and porridge-like. Even children drank a form of beer, though possibly very diluted. Water alone was not always safe, and beer offered a nourishing, mildly fermented alternative. Another beverage was date wine, a sweet alcoholic drink from fermented date palm sap, which some families made. For dessert, if such a word applies, they had dates, figs, or a treat of honey if available. Now, here's one aspect of the Babylonian household that stands out, and that's the presence of slaves and servants in some families. Slavery existed in Babylon, but it was not quite the mass chattel slavery of later Roman times. A family of means might have one or two slaves, perhaps a girl purchased to help with domestic tasks or a man captured in war, now working as a field hand. These slaves were considered property, but they did have a few rights under the law. For example, killing someone else's slave was an offense requiring compensation to the owner. Slaves could also eventually buy their freedom or be freed by their masters, especially if they were debt slaves, people who had sold themselves due to unpaid debts. As noted earlier, slavery was often temporary in Babylon, a way to work off a debt over some years. Additionally, children of slaves might not remain slaves. If a male slave married a free woman, their children were always free. And this meant that over generations, many slave families merged into the free population. Daily life for a slave in a household was full of drudgery, but slaves lived alongside their masters, often ate the same basic food, and, well, in some cases were regarded almost like family members, especially if born and raised in the house. Babylonian society in the Neo-Babylonian period was stratified, but also somewhat fluid. There was a clear hierarchy with the king and royal family at the top, followed by an elite class of priests and high officials, and below them the general free population, and below them the slaves. Yet within this hierarchy, individuals could and did move up or down based on fortune, merit, and sometimes misfortune. We mentioned those debt slaves. Well, that's one of the misfortunes. The Babylonian terms for social classes certainly show how they viewed their society. A cuneiform tablet from the Old Babylonian period, with the concept still applied later, might characterize people as Awilum, Mushkenum, and Wardum. Now let's start with the Awilum, literally man or gentleman, a free person with full citizen rights, often a property owner. These were the upper and middle class of Babylon, landowners, merchants, master craftsmen, and officials. And Awilum was ideally independent, not beholden to a superior except the state. In practice, many Awilum were wealthy families who owned fields or urban houses and could afford to hire labor or buy slaves. If you were an Awilum in Babylon, you had access to the courts and legal protections. For example, the law would impose heavier penalties on anyone who harmed you unjustly, as opposed to if you were a lower status. Now next is the Mushkenum, often translated as commoner, sometimes dependent. Well, they were also free, but typically of lower socioeconomic status than an Awilum. The Mushkenum may not have owned land. They might rent property or work on lands owned by the king or temple. They could be craftspeople, laborers, small traders. Mushkenum, though, were not slaves. They had legal rights and could marry, own movable property, etc. But they possibly paid less taxes, and interestingly, some laws showed that they received different compensation for injuries. For instance, in older Babylonian law, if a wealthy man, an Awilam, put out another Awilam's eye, his own eye would be put out, the famous eye for an eye principle, quite literally. But if he put out the eye of a commoner, mushkenum, the punishment was a fine of silver. This suggests the law valued the commoner's well-being monetarily rather than exacting equal physical punishment. One might see this as a class-conscious form of justice. It provided restitution in a way that actually benefited the injured commoner. Money could be more useful than the perpetrator's suffering. And then there were the wardum, the slave class. As discussed, slaves could be born into slavery or become slaves due to debt or war captivity. Although slaves were property, Babylonian slaves had some protections. A master who killed his slave could be prosecuted, and if a slave was severely abused or maimed by an owner, the law might compel the owner to set them free. This is attested in earlier law codes. Slaves could own a small personal stash of goods called a slave's peculium, and they also could enter into contracts on their master's behalf. In daily life, slaves in Babylon did all manner of work: domestic service, agricultural labor, and even skilled trades if they were trained for it. Some temple complexes employed many slaves to work in the fields and workshops. And it's telling that Babylonian records often list slaves by name alongside their work assignments, acknowledging their role in the economy. Also, a slave who earned favor might be formally adopted by his master as a son, which sounds extraordinary, but it did occur, and it of course granted the slave freedom and inheritance rights thereafter. And so between free and slave, there was also a category of semi-free laborers tied to institutions. For example, temple serfs, in Akkadian shirku, were individuals who were not enslaved, but owed labor to the temple as a kind of hereditary duty. The Yale tablets from Uruk's Eanna temple, at the time of Nebuchadnezzar I, revealed that these temple dependents could rise to significant administrative positions while still technically bound to temple service. They could marry and live normal lives, but were obliged to work for the temple a certain number of days, or certain tasks. If they ran away to avoid this duty, the temple might send agents to retrieve them, though often at some cost, which the temple would weigh against the loss of their labor. Well, despite all these class distinctions, Babylon was not a rigid class system. It was possible for a commoner to become wealthy through trade, or for a slave to become free and join the ranks of the commoners. Marriages could occur between classes. The boundaries were mostly economic. Now, the professions in Babylon were numerous and often inherited within families, so let's consider some typical figures that we might encounter in daily life. The farmer being first. Although Babylon was a great urban center, much of its subsistence came from the countryside. Many residents of the city actually worked fields just outside the walls or in nearby villages. A farmer in Babylon's environs could rise with the sun and tend his plot of barley or wheat, and they relied on that canal network to irrigate crops. Digging and maintaining irrigation canals was a constant concern. In the off-season, farmers might be conscripted to help dredge silt from the major canals. These farmers might own their land, or they might work land that belonged to the temple or king and pay a share of it as produce, share of the produce as rent or tax. Well, alongside farming, raising livestock was important. The Babylonian economy was heavily based on sheep and goats, things like wool, meat, milk, and then of course cattle as well for hides and also draft power. Tens of thousands of sheep grazed in the countryside around Babylon. However, since the immediate surroundings of the city were intensely farmed or inhabited, large flocks were often kept a bit further out, in the drier steppe regions to the north or south, watched over by nomadic or semi-nomadic shepherds. These shepherds would drive their flocks to seasonal pastures and then deliver wool or animals as required to the city's authorities or merchants. The Babylonian herdsman's life was more rustic, sleeping under the stars, protecting the flock from wolves, in contrast to the densely packed urban life. Nonetheless, the fruits of their labor were felt in town when great wool-plucking season came on. Babylonian texts mention that each spring, as the sheep naturally shed their winter coats, teams of workers plucked the wool, combing and collecting it, rather than shearing it with scissors. It was a massive task, of course. The wool would then be washed, sorted, and stored in warehouses. Nebuchadnezzar actually had a wool house to hold these piles of fleece. Many of those shepherds and shearers likely came into Babylon during this season, swelling the city's population temporarily and contributing to a festival-like bustle as raw wool changed hands, deals were made, and the temple or royal officials tallied the yield. Next will be the craftsmen and artisans. Babylon's streets were alive with crafts. Potters spun clay on their wheels, producing everything from simple jugs and bowls for household use to large storage jars and elegant fineware. They worked near their kilns, often situated at the city's edge due to smoke and fire hazard. Metalsmiths and bronze workers hammered out tools, weapons, and luxury goods like jewelry for those who could afford it. Bronze was the metal of choice for many items. Iron was known and used for some tools and weapons by this period, but bronze making remained widespread. And there were also gold and silversmiths, usually employed by temples or wealthy patrons to craft ritual objects, jewelry, and inlay for furniture. Their delicate work might take place in small workshops off the main market, and their products could end up adorning the statues of gods or the persons of rich Babylonians. Carpenters and woodworkers were valued since Mesopotamia had limited wood. They used imported cedar from Lebanon or local date palm wood to make doors, chests, and roof beams. So one might see a carpenter planing a beam in front of his shop, or assembling a ceremonial chair inlaid with shell and stone for a temple. Then there were the leather workers. They turned animal hides into sandals, belts, water skins, and even military equipment. Meanwhile, the brickmakers and construction workers were always busy. Babylon was famously under almost constant construction or repair, especially during Nebuchadnezzar's reign, when huge projects like the rebuilding of temples and fortifications were undertaken. These laborers would mix clay, straw, and water to form mud bricks, baking some in kilns for extra strength. Many such workers were hired labor or conscripted for state projects, working in gangs and supervised by foremen. Next we have the merchants and the traders. Babylon's advantageous position and imperial reach made it a hub of international trade. In the markets one could find goods that had traveled great distances, like lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, cedar wood from the Levant, gold from Egypt or Nubia, and spices from as far as India. Babylonian merchants often specialized. Some were grain merchants, others dealt in textiles, others in precious metals. These merchants might have been among the wealthiest commoners. They operated by caravan or riverboat, and one can imagine a Babylonian merchant setting out with a caravan of donkeys loaded with woven cloth and jars of date syrup, heading west to trade in a Levantine port. and returning months later with copper ingots and rare timber. Some merchants worked closely with the palace or temples, effectively acting as agents in long-distance trade or managing large estates. The House of Egibi is a famous example, an entrepreneurial family in Babylon whose records spanning the 6th century BCE show them lending money, renting lands, and trading goods. The Egibi family became like bankers, demonstrating that private enterprise thrived under imperial stability. Next, we have scribes and officials. In an advanced urban society, bureaucracy was a fact of life. Babylon's scribes were the literate class who kept it all running smoothly. There were government scribes, working in the royal administration, keeping tax records, drafting letters, and issuing decrees. There were temple scribes, managing the considerable assets of the temple estates, and recording offerings and rituals. And then there were private scribes who hired out their skills. For example, a merchant might pay a scribe to write a letter or inventory. Scribes also doubled as scholars. They were the ones who copied literary texts, like the Epic of Gilgamesh or the Enuma Elish creation epic, onto library tablets and studied omens and stars. An average day for a city scribe might involve sitting cross-legged on a floor mat in an office, a damp clay tablet on a board in front of him, stylus in hand, carefully impressing lines of cuneiform. Scribal life could be quite comfortable. It was less physically demanding than manual labor, and carried prestige with it. Yet it required intense training and precision. Mistakes in record-keeping could anger a superior or a god. Scribes often wore a fringed garment that signified their status and carried a stylus as a badge of office tucked behind the ear. They formed a sort of intellectual class, of many of whom kept the lore of mathematics, astronomy, and literature alive. And of course, thank God we have them, because if we didn't, well, this video would be a lot more based on speculation. Now next we have the priests and priestesses. Religion permeated daily life in Babylon as much as anywhere else, as serving the gods was a full-time occupation for many. The city's main deity was Marduk, and his high priest was a powerful figure who interacted with the king. But beyond the high priest, there were many cult personnel. They performed the daily rituals in the temples. Every morning, afternoon, and evening they tended the statues of the gods, feeding them with offerings of food and drink, dressing them in fine clothes and jewelry, and performing prayers. A typical priest day might start before dawn, purifying himself with water and donning white linen garments, then entering the temple's holy sanctuary to awaken the god's statue with a hymn. Priests were also scholars in many cases, knowledgeable in hymns, incantations, and the interpretation of omens. Some even specialized as diviners, while others were exorcists, called upon to perform rituals to cure sickness or rid a household of spirits. There were also priestesses, some of high rank, especially in the service of goddesses like Ishtar. These women might have roles in music and song during temple ceremonies, or manage the temple's property. One notable group were the Naditu priestesses of Marduk's father god Enlil. These were usually women from noble families who were dedicated to celibate temple service. On festival days, priests and priestesses would lead processions, carrying sacred objects, singing and playing drums and lyres as the populace lined the streets to watch the grandeur. So let's talk about the everyday diet of the Babylonian people, shall we? Well, bread and beer, often called the staff of life in Mesopotamia, were truly the staples. In fact, one Mesopotamian myth, the Epic of Gilgamesh, you might have heard of it. uses the act of eating bread and drinking beer as the defining transition from wild animal-like existence to civilized human life. In the story, the wild man Enkidu is introduced to human food. The quote goes like this: Enkidu ate the bread until he was sated. He drank the beer, 7 jugs, and his heart grew light, his face glowed, and he sang with joy. Only after consuming those does Enkidu become fully human, ready to join society. But barley was the primary grain in Babylonia. Wheat was also grown, but less commonly. Barley was hardy in the hot, saline soils, and could be used to make bread, porridge, and beer. Beer, to the Babylonians, was a nourishing, mild alcoholic beverage, quite different to modern clear beers. In fact, really, if you saw it, you'd hardly even call it beer at all. It was unfiltered, meaning it retained suspended barley solids, giving it a porridge-like consistency. It was often cloudy and sipped with straws to avoid the grain husk sediment. But this thick brew was high in nutrients, a good source of plant proteins and B vitamins, and, of course, safer to drink than raw water. Then there were the date palms. They were another cornerstone of the diet. Date trees thrived in irrigated orchards around Babylon. The sweet dates were often eaten fresh in season and dried for storage. They provided a critical source of sugar and calories. Often dates were pressed into date syrup, a kind of molasses-like sweetener, or fermented into date wines. Vegetables and legumes were commonly grown in family gardens or small plots along canals. Onions and garlic were immensely popular, both for flavor and their hardiness and storage. Meat was less central in daily meals for common folk, but it wasn't absent. Fish from the Euphrates and canals provided a more accessible protein. Milk came from goats and cows. Fresh milk would spoil quickly, you see, so it was often processed into yogurt, butter, and a type of cheese. Butter, likely more like ghee or clarified butter in that climate, was a luxury fat for cooking. More common was sesame oil. When Babylonians wanted a more extravagant meal, they had a few options. The cuisine, as hinted by ancient recipes on tablets, could be quite complex. They made rich stews with multiple ingredients. For instance, a stew might include lamb, beets, herbs, thickened with barley cakes, essentially a hearty soup. Roasted fowl was enjoyed by those who could get it. Ducks and geese frequented the marshes near the Euphrates, and we know pigeon or dove cotes existed. So a well-off household stable might at a feast, feature roast duck with a pomegranate glaze, flatbreads with cheese and garlic spread, spiced lentil soup, and date cakes with honey for dessert. Now, Babylonians, like anyone, had to deal with the lean times as well. Crop failures or sieges could cause famine. And one Babylonian chronicle describes how during a siege earlier in the Assyrian period, people in a starved city resorted to eating their own children. An extreme and rare horror, but it shows the desperation of famine. Now, we've covered beer and date wine as the main drinks, but water was drunk, of course. But because the river and canal water could be contaminated, people often stored water in large jugs to let sediments settle, or boiled it when making gruel or brewing beer. In a Babylonian home, people used to sit on the floor, and on raw mats, or reed mats rather, or low cushions, around a communal bowl or table spread. They used their right hand to pick up food, as the left hand was considered less clean, a custom that persists in many cultures. Spoons and knives existed, bronze or bone spoons for soups or porridges, knives to carve meat. But eating with hands and bread was a lot more common. At formal banquets, like those the king might host, we hear of more lavish arrangements. couches for reclining, and plenty of wine, music, and skilled serving staff. The Bible's Book of Daniel, albeit a semi-legendary account, gives an image of a Babylonian royal feast, with wine goblets and many guests, which, even if exaggerated, reflects that the elite did enjoy opulent dining and partying, sometimes even to the point of drunken excess. But of course, in diet, Babylonians did have some awareness of health. They rinsed foods, knew how to avoid rotten grain, and combinations of foods were at times chosen for medicinal value. For instance, consuming garlic for its health benefits, or brewing certain herbs into teas for stomach reliefs. When someone fell ill, dietary adjustments were part of treatments. Etc. You'd feed the sick person broth, or they would avoid certain foods to avoid aggravating illnesses. Overall, though, the nutritional profile of the Mesopotamian diet was strong. Grain for carbs, legumes for protein, vegetables and fruits for vitamins, and enough variety that, barring disasters, people had the basics needed for a healthy life. The common sight of well-fed Babylonians with a beer belly might even have existed, as copious beer and carbs would certainly do that. Now, Babylon's inhabitants, like any people, certainly expressed their identity and status through clothing and grooming. For men, the basic garment was a tunic or kilt-like wraparound skirt. Common men often wore a simple wrap of cloth around their waist reaching the knees, especially if working in the fields, something like a loincloth or kilt. In the city, a knee or ankle-length tunic with short sleeves was common, made either of wool or linen. Over this they might drape a shawl or cloak, especially in cooler weather, or for more formal dress. Mesopotamian men of the upper class sometimes wore elaborate fringed shawls wrapped around the body in a kind of toga-like fashion. One interesting note: the Greeks sometimes remarked on foreign dress. Herodotus describes Babylonian men wearing a linen tunic, woolen overrobe, and white cloak, along with long hair and perfumed ointment on their hair. Men typically kept their hair moderately long and their beards well groomed. The famous images of Assyrian kings, with long squared beards and tightly curled locks, indicate a fashion that likely continued in Babylon, which had a shared culture with Assyria. A Babylonian gentleman might oil his hair and beard and use a curling iron, or have a barber curl and trim it into an orderly style. In the hot sun, headwear is of course useful. Workers would wrap a cloth or turban around their head to keep cool and absorb sweat. Straw hats might have been used as well, though depictions are scant. The elite might wear fancy headbands, or even a conical cap. And we know from texts that veils were worn by respectable women as a sign of modesty and status. In fact, one Babylonian law prohibited prostitutes or slaves from veiling, reserving the veiling for free married women. And speaking of women, the typical dress was a long dress, often one-shouldered or with wide sleeves that reached the ankles. It could be a simple tube of fabric or a more tailored gown tied with a sash at the waist. Like men, women also used shawls or wraps. A common style was a long robe that could be drawn over the head like a hood if needed, or draped around the shoulders. And Babylonians loved jewelry too, when they could afford it, that is. Both men and women wore seal stones on cords or chains around the neck or wrist. These cylinder seals or stamp seals were carved with one's personal design, with practical tools for signing documents. But they were also often beautiful, made from gemstones like carnelian or lapis. Cosmetics and grooming products were also used by Babylonian women, and to some extent the men too. They had black eyeliner called kohl, made from antimony or lead sulfide, which they applied to darken the eyelids and lashes. The same practice, well known in ancient Egypt. Eyes outlined with kohl, and that is Kohl, by the way, were considered beautiful and also thought to reduce glare from the sun. Footwear varied by activity. Often within the house or in good weather people went barefoot, but outdoors on hot sand or rough streets they wore sandals. Sandals were typically simple leather soles tied to the foot with leather thongs, and we found remains of such sandals and also references to them in texts. To the Babylonians, looking presentable was not just vanity, it had social and religious significance. Cleanliness was close to godliness in a literal sense, and one can certainly imagine a Babylonian couple on a festival day. The man wears a freshly laundered tunic and a new wool mantle with tasseled fringe, his beard trimmed and oiled, a bronze dagger at his belt for show. The woman wears her dyed red robe with a woven pattern at the hem, a light veil over her elaborately braided hair, kohl around her eyes making them dramatic, and her best jewelry, maybe copper earrings and a necklace with a carved carnelian pendant of the goddess Ishtar's symbol. They strolled down the processional way with their children, who were also scrubbed clean and dressed in miniature versions of adult clothes. The little girl with her hair in pigtails tied by colored yarn, and the boy in a proud new tunic that he will soon outgrow. Scenes like that lend a bit of color and vibrancy to Babylon's streets during holidays. Well, religion in Babylon was not a separate sphere of life. The Babylonians were devoutly polytheistic, worshipping a vast pantheon of gods, where at the apex stood Marduk, the patron god of Babylon, often called Bel or Lord. Babylon's rise to imperial power had been accompanied with the elevation of Marduk to the king of gods, a status celebrated annually at the New Year festival. For the average Babylonian, daily religious practice might begin at home. Blessings and omens were also constantly sought, though. As one left the house, it wouldn't be unusual to whisper a quick plea to Shamash, the sun, as he climbed up in the sky. But before that, you'd find many households maintaining a small shrine or altar, perhaps in the corner of the main room or in the courtyard, where they'd seek a few more simple blessings. A family typically venerated a personal deity, a sort of guardian god who watched over them. This could be, for example, a minor form of Marduk or another god that the family felt close to. So each morning the head of the household might pour a libation to the household gods, or burn a bit of incense, or something, leave some food, something like that. But really, the main part of religious life was the temple, and the temples of Babylon were among the most important sites in the city. There were many temples too. Esagila, the great temple of Marduk near the ziggurat at Emenanki, and the temple of Ishtar, the temple of Nabu at nearby Borsippa, also held shrines at Babylon, and others for Ninurta, Gula, Akkad, etc. Scattered through the districts, you'd find all sorts of temples for different gods and goddesses. Once again, polytheism. These temples were not just religious centers, but also economic powerhouses. They owned lands, employed people, distributed charity. But focusing on the religious aspect, each day in the major temples, rituals were conducted largely behind closed doors by the clergy. The gold statue of a god, a wooden figure overlaid with gold and dressed in fine clothes, was housed at the innermost sanctuary where only priests could enter. Common people did not witness the inner rituals, but they could participate in the temple in other ways. Visiting the temple to pray or make a vow was quite common. For instance, a woman hoping to conceive a child might go to Ishtar's temple, bring a small offering, and praying to the goddess of fertility. A merchant embarking on a journey might visit Nabu's shrine and pledge that if he returns safely and profitably, he will donate a portion of his earnings, or perhaps fund a new silver lamp for the temple. Festivals were, of course, the high points of communal life. The greatest was the Akkad, or the New Year festival held at spring equinox. Babylon's New Year festival was a dramatic public spectacle, lasting 12 days. People got a holiday from work to partake in it too. Key elements included processions, where the statues of the major gods, Marduk, Nabu, Ishtar, were brought out of their temples and paraded through the streets and along the processional way. Well, besides Akkad, there were other festivals. Each deity had feast days. For example, Ishtar's celebrations might involve ceremonial reenactments of her myths, music, and dance. There's also evidence that at a temple of Ishtar, sacred marriage rites were performed during some festivals, possibly a ritual where a priestess and the king spent a night together in the temple to ensure fertility for the land. Whether this was a physical ritual or symbolic is debated, but it shows how religion, sexuality, and kingship intersected. Now, on a more everyday level, superstition and magic were certainly around. Babylonians wore amulets to ward off evil. A common fear was demons, and not the demons in the later Christian sense of devils opposed to the gods, but rather malevolent or mischievous spirits that could cause disease or misfortune if not kept at bay. The famous demon, Lamashtu, was thought to prey on infants and pregnant women. So, to counter her, families hung amulets of the demon Pazuzu over cradles, a kind of protective demon who was the enemy to Lamashtu, but once again, within that same demonic classification. Parents would recite lullabies that doubled as prayers to the moon god Sin to watch over their sleeping children at night. And if someone fell gravely ill, a healer, often the exorcist priest, the Ashipu, would come to perform rituals, which involved recitations to drive out the demon of illness and the burning of pungent herbs to cleanse the air. But they also had practical medicine, using plants, minerals, salves, but it was always accompanied by incantations. In any case, we should note how religion also intersected with education and science. Scribes who studied astronomy did so initially to improve the accuracy of omens and calendars for worship. The astronomical diaries, compiled by Babylonian scholars, in short served as a religious need, as they constituted a remarkable scientific record. So a priest astronomer might spend his night on a ziggurat platform mapping stars, but then by day he would advise the temple on when to schedule the next feast or how to appease the gods if, well, something bad appeared in the sky. And with all that being said, that's where we're going to leave it for today. Hour and 10 minutes in, not too bad. I'd like to thank the top-tier patrons, Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Gary, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfitnir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuronerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Kukubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Neftus, Alexander, Gokhan, Dorsey, Benita, Claire, Courtsey, Carol, Robert, Mary, Bridget, Nefertari, Yvette, Miss Mochi, 11, Allison, Free American, Jennifer, Brittany, David, Cody, Brian, Are You My Mum, Rhonda, Carrie, Katie P, Lovely, Boma, Kevin, Marissa, Altazakin, Lucy, Julianne, Rosie, Divolo, Chris, Apocalyptic, Brandy, Wolfsbane, Dude, Brinny, Aidan, Fabian, Michael, Agworm, Prince of Persia, River, Indian Trail, Catherine, Alexa, Big Gun 101, Brandy, Pesty Hun, Stevie, Jessica, Scott, Gail, Emily, Jade, Jake, Demon's Toe, Mason, John, Magenta, and Dumpster. Thank you all so much. And, well, we've had fun together today, I think. Perhaps you'll like more daily life videos. I should make more of them. I want to do one about Kyoto during the height of its time. Daily life for those people. That could be interesting. Anyway, let me know what you want to hear. But for now, let's all have a good little rest. Good night. Lots of love to you all, and I will see you next time. Farewell for now.